Happy Friday, everybody. My voice is gone. You may like it better this way. Um, well, let me introduce our panelists. We have Mistaken, Enos, Harrison, VAP, and Marky Mark. Um, my name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shante, and this is a chic critique. Y'all can take y'all phone, y'all not phone.
Your voice didn't sound like you were struggling that much until I just heard you try and giggle. Then you sound like Jadakiss for a second. I'm just playing, Shane.
I don't even know how JD. I don't even know how JD look or sound. So jokes on you.
That's the voice he be making.
That's
That what you just did. That's literally the voice he be making.
well, he sounds like a woman. Okay. So y'all, we are talking about men prioritizing desires, women prioritizing happiness. Y'all, it's I forgot it is Labor Day weekend. Dang. Everybody out partying tonight. Partying tonight. About to go get me something to drink at the pantry. I'm joking.
I thought you was gonna say something else when you said about to
What
go
you gonna
get
do?
me
What you
some.
thought?
Me and
What?
Mistaken both was looking like.
What? Where I want to go get me?
Mistaken, you can take that.
You said I'm going to get some, and just hearing those.
Nasty. See, this is what happens when nasty people be on the panel. Ain't nobody. I was talking about alcohol, not that.
That's funny.
So, even though they're both kind of drugs, they're like
That's what I was about to say. Both of them will get you fucked up.
get you just right. Let's stop doing that. Yes, I'm a I don't do this. Anyway, first of all, I know this is play out, but I wanted to get your opinion on it. We all listen. This is one thing I hate about being on Friday. It seems like all the good news comes out on Saturday, and Mistaken will call me and be like, "Girl, you know what happened last night?" And I'm like, "Well, it didn't happen before the show, so we can talk about it. But we're gonna talk about it, even though it's played out." I do want to get y'all's opinion on the Steve Harvey. Now, this is allegedly because nobody has ever. I haven't read this on any reputable, from any reputable source. But I felt like if there was a rumor out and it were not true, the first thing I'd do is be with my boo, like, what? Proving all y'all wrong. But I have not seen that either. So, the rumors may have some truth to them, maybe not. But anyway, what if it did happen? How do you guys feel about that with the Steve Harvey thing and Marjorie?
He, I mean, like, that when you get in a pit of snakes, you might get bit. I mean, he got the woman that he wanted, right? That's what the whole thing was. He got the woman that he wanted, knowing the kind of woman she is, her background. Let me say it that way. Knowing her past,
she does have a resume,
and the snake biting. So you get what you ask for. I mean, it is what it is.
Y'all think he gonna leave her? I think they're trying to work it out right now.
So as much cheeks as he's clapped, like, I mean, I don't. When you're on that level, do you really like? Is that the little shit that destroy your relationship?
Well, I don't think it'll destroy your relationship if it's him the one that's getting cheeks, but in this instance, apparently it was her getting them cheeks.
Yeah, let's just be honest. Let's look at the dynamic of this relationship. Yes, he's the moneymaker, but I think she has full control over his mind. Like, I could just tell he's just so into her that I think that he's gonna probably work it out. I think he's hurt. It definitely stabbed him, but I don't think he's gonna leave.
I don't think that that's gonna be what makes him stay. I think if like I said, from what I hear, if that's true, the fact that he doesn't have a prenup, I think that's what's gonna keep him there.
I don't think that that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is at all.
So, in my opinion, I think that Steve Harvey is a greater indicator of something else, right? So there's some women that will never respect you, and a lot of it could be with the men that they dated before you. So if she looked at those other, like, you know how the dudes would be like, oh, I'm an educated lane versus the so-called street niggas or whatever. If she only had affection for street niggas and then to date you, you always gonna be at a disadvantage because she always gonna feel like you a lame. Unfortunately, that's how women view. I'm telling you, I see you looking like I don't know. I'm telling you.
No, I was just trying to put myself in that. I was trying to think from, but I understand what you're saying. If she's used to a certain kind of guy, she is of that guy. Like, because it takes a certain woman to date a street dude. Let's just be honest. You know what I'm saying? She can fancy it up all she wants to, but she had it in her. She married these dudes. So
yeah, if you street,
she didn't marry one, she married two.
Yeah, if you in the street or if that's what you're around, then that's normal for you, so to speak, right? So if that was her situation, which I don't know how she grew up, but I'm assuming that that's probably where she grew up in terms of location, that that makes sense.
And with that, and with that, so I always talk about the power dynamic between like your woman like looking up to you and respecting you. And that's how men actually experience love from women when they actually feel that way about you. I think that turns them on more. I think that promotes longer relationships. It's just all the tangible things that need to occur that you can put your finger on within the relationship seem to occur within that dynamic. So you remove that respect and you kind of turn into a lick. Like you just somebody that she, you know what I'm saying, she can't never fully be herself with because she feel like you're gonna judge her in a way where you look down on her based off your past versus somebody she could relate to and look up to in that same form of life. So they are, I see you making a face.
I think okay, so let me just say this. I think that Enos, let me go ahead and say your point and I'm gonna say what I had to say. Go ahead, because I know you were waiting for Mark.
Yeah, so if the story is true, there were, at least for me, 2 red flags from the very beginning of how they started off the relationship that would have deemed it for failure. One, if I'm not mistaken, they met while he was already married to his first wife. I don't know too many women, second, sure, whatever, right? He was married. I don't know too many women that feel secure in a relationship where they feel like they took another woman's man. Already there, you're starting it off on shaky ground. The second thing is when he approached her, she told him, you don't make enough money for me to get with you. You go figure that out and come back. And he did that. And that creates a dynamic in which she calls the shots. Mm-hmm. Even though he became successful, he's a quote unquote high value man and all of this stuff, there's still that power dynamic where she gets to dictate how the relationship goes. Sure, that works sometimes. I'm sure in the dynamics she's used to, that would never fly. With the men that she chose in the past, they would just tell her to go sit down somewhere and mind her business, and that would have been that. But she picked somebody who would take to her beck and call, right? So she took a man from his wife, and then she calls the shots. Like, this seems like a formula for her cheating. I'm hoping she didn't. I'm hoping that they're out here being great and happy. I really do wish them the best. But if it's true, I think we all saw this coming.
And just to add this one little quick point. So the dude that allegedly, if it's true, he a street dude that was a pimp. Like, he from the streets, according to the rumor mill or whatever. He was an ex-pimp, which gonna give him a certain amount of authenticity to her previous life. I just wanted to add that.
She likes those bad boys. But let me just say this. I think Marjorie, that relationship, I've already said, y'all know I don't know if you guys know this. I have a theory on love, okay? You have people who love with their minds and people who love with their hearts. Most women are emotional lovers, we're nurturers. That's just how we're made up. But then you have those women who are like men. They love from right. They go into relationships from right here. And that's more of a materialistic. And it has nothing to do with the heart. It has everything to do with security. And so when you leave the heart out of it, it is strictly security. It's easy to find somebody that you do have an emotional attachment to. And I do believe that maybe, hypothetically speaking, we don't know if this is true, allegedly. It could have been that she spent a lot of time with this bodyguard and kind of like the pool boy.
It just reminded me of The Last Dragon when she said, you guard my body. Y'all don't remember that part?
No.
I love that movie. Go ahead and watch that.
I've seen
Watch
The
that
Last
movie
Dragon.
over and
I don't
over
remember that part.
again. Oh, so then
Right
you
after he
watch-
saved her from getting kidnapped the first
Yes.
time. It was inside the little warehouse.
Yeah.
Not catching none of the hints.
Hi, David.
Hey, what up, Shan? How you doing?
Good. So, okay, so listen. I do believe that there are women who go in for security. Like it has nothing to do with matters of the heart. It has everything to do with security. And a lot of those women who are dating like men who are very successful, they are more prone to cheating. I just believe that because they're not fulfilled emotionally. There are desires that it's just he's probably just not what she really wants, even though the bodyguard wouldn't. But there may be something about the bodyguard that she liked because she's used to those roughneck kind of guys, the guys who are like, show you a little something, throw you around, toss you.
Oh my goodness.
Turn you out just enough.
Give you a concussion.
Oh my goodness.
Blackout.
I just personally think that sometimes when you give women everything and they don't have to really like earn it, they don't respect it. So even though he's taking care of all of her needs, she's not really in a position to really care about what he's doing because she doesn't have to earn any of the things that she receives from him. He takes care of everything. He works all the time. He provides for everything. And all she got to do is sit there and look pretty. Now, granted, does she add to him and, and help him out in many ways? Sure. But I just think that sometimes whether you're an adult or whether you're a kid, if you're given everything and you don't really necessarily have to work for it per se, you don't value it the same than if you had to work together to gain it together and then you were able to enjoy the benefits of what it is that you receive. Because I think the adversity is the biggest thing that helps people grow bonds. That's why people travel bond a lot. That's why people who are younger that get married usually stay together longer if it actually makes it past 5 years because of the adversity and the issues that you are able to get past over time.
Let me tell y'all this, and we're gonna go into that subject we were talking about before we got on this show in the back chat, whatever you want to call it, before the show. I'm telling y'all, go look up Prince, Beautiful Ones They Hurt You Every Time. Go look it up, okay? Stay out your lane. He was not ready for that woman. She had it written all over her face. We saw them together. We was like, oh, this is interesting. We can see it from a mile away. He couldn't. Bless his little heart.
So you're saying that she was too fine for him, is what you're saying?
I'm saying
You also saying that I'm being mistaken.
She looks like, not to say it happened because this is allegedly, we don't know, but it would be surprising. It's not going to be a shocker.
I was going to say, let's be honest. She is a very attractive woman. She is. I don't think anybody can take that from her. Even
not dating no broke dude, period.
Yeah, she is.
Go ahead, Inaz.
So, to that point of being like too fine for someone, right? I think we skirt around it because sometimes like it can be a really hurtful conversation. But if you're not used to women of that caliber, you treat them, you behave with them like a fan would, as opposed to a partner. And that creates a really weird dynamic. Whereas men who are used to having women who are that level of attractive consistently, they treat them like pretty women, but they don't move like a fan. There isn't that same
they're replaceable. Yeah.
Yeah.
They move like they're replaceable. Like
my goodness. I hate this. What did I miss? A woman too fine for a dude? Like
Marjorie.
I hate to ask y'all to repeat, but what?
No, you're fine. So we were talking about.
I can sum it up for him. I got a way here to understand it. You know how it's girls that you look at and you be like, oh yeah, whoever she dating got a bag. You could just see like she's so pretty or whatever. You like she only messing with a dude that's rich. Like it's some women out here that's beautiful enough. You'll look at them and you just can assume that they getting paid for how they look. Even if they're not sugar babies, you know her man got it. Like she choosing from everybody and picking whatever she wants, unless she just is attracted for another reason to somebody most of the time. And their point was that there are men who use money to get these women, but the women don't really want them. And those women be prone to cheat because they was only with him for the resources he could provide, and they're not actually attracted to him or his personality.
So basically, they don't respect. Is just a woman that don't respect the dude. Like, am I hearing that right? They don't respect him. Like, I'm with you because you paid.
You're listen. So there's two choices, okay? And you'd be great if you get them both in one. There's a dilemma, and we're talking about the desires, and this goes into the conversation: desires and happiness. Ideally, a woman will want to be attracted to her mate. She will want him to be financially stable and all of these things, right? It's like La La Land delusion, okay? Because it's very rare that you're going to get both.
Hey, just be honest, though. Just be honest. That's what you want.
Because the dudes who have both are the ones that are playing. They ain't settling down. They know they got both, and they just taking all the women. But you got dudes who may be financially stable, or you got dudes who may be mega attractive. For whatever reason, they're never the same. Okay. Now you have some that are, but they're the playboys. Come on. They're the ones every woman wants. They probably got 3 or 4 chicks under their belt. They're like Marky Mark over here slamming everybody in college. You feel me? So let's just be honest. Women are making sure they're choosing. You can either go with Pookie. He fine. He may knock you into a couple of walls. You may be,
But somebody said them Pookies be slinging that thing. So that's another layer.
Pookie.
Oh my goodness.
With Richard. Richard is financially stable. He may not sling it. You may have to make it a couple of times. 1, 2, 3. It's routine. So you're picking a side because the dude in the middle who has all of them, he's like less than the percentage is so low of them. But guess what? That guy usually comes with 3, 4, 5. He knows he the man. So he can't just have one chick. He got to have several. That's all I got to say.
But do you think it's the same for women too? Because I also think that I'm not gonna say beautiful women are rare, because I think I've seen a lot of women that I would say are beautiful, but being beautiful and having a beautiful inside that matches the outside, I found that to be rare.
These dudes ain't choosing inside. They not.
No, but what I'm saying is
choosing inside.
Just like what you're saying. If it's somebody that they really want to be with and settle down with, men do appreciate beauty. But I also think that they have a mindset of where they can draw balance too. Like, yeah, I like this beautiful chick, but she is a B. Like, I'm not going to mess with her on that level. So they're okay with choosing somebody else that may not be that 10, but is a easier person to get along with. So I think it goes both ways. Like, women are going to have a hard time finding all of the things that they want. Like you said, to be handsome, to have a lot of money, to be great in bed, to, the list goes on and on. That's going to be a unicorn. Whereas I think men have the same problem of finding a woman that has beauty, that has brains, that have, great character, that, is friendly and, all of the fit, feminine and friendly, all of those things. So I think both people struggle to find, like, I guess what we would consider that 10 that has it all.
Go ahead, Ina.
So I don't think it's as much of a struggle when it comes to women, right? And here's why. We get into this trap where, like, if you're that guy to her, she's going to be more feminine and friendly. That's really the thing. Women will conform to the man that they want to be with. I think the other part of it is like, I think we need to give more men a little bit more credit, right? Men don't care about the insides as long as they're just continuously knocking them down. If they're just in it, if they're just in it to run through the fields.
Oh my goodness!
So the inside, not that inside,
Y'all on the
right?
tonight, man.
So
Oh my goodness.
now I gotta choose my words. So they don't care about your personality if they're just running through women.
That's
But
true.
they do care about personality when they're looking for a wife.
That is true.
That's the one they choose to.
Listen, this is my thing. When they choosing wives, them stats don't show they choosing wives. But
That's true.
this is what I'm saying right here. Even when they are married, they be with difficult
my
wives.
goodness.
I be hearing them getting fussed at grocery stores. I'm like, this poor man. I feel sorry for baby. You want to come home with me?
I think part of the reason why they're with a lot of difficult wives is because most of the men that marry, they usually marry younger. They don't marry older.
Yeah.
So if you're both in your early 20s and you're at that stage in life where you don't think that this behavior that you're seeing is an issue until you didn't experience this behavior 5 years in a row. Now you're just like, all right, this is getting on my nerves. And like every time, like, I'm going to come to the defense of black women on this case. Black women aren't the only women in the world that are difficult. They're not. I have seen a number of brothers and white men married to other races of women, most notably Asian or white, that when I tell you, I feel sorry for this brother. Like, I remember I went to this customer's house and I'm talking to them about their situation. We're having a good time. When I tell you this woman was like a rabid pit bull, you could not get this woman to calm down. I'm like, yo, granted, she had a valid issue that she wanted to address. Cool. Fantastic. But the guy, he's like, hey, listen, they're going to get it taken care of. She didn't want to hear none of that. All she did was bark, bark, bark. And what about this? What about? And when I tell you, I looked at this man and the pain that was on his face, I was like, how many years has this
Oh
man
my
been
goodness,
struggling
that's
with this
crazy.
woman? And I just sit here and look, and I said, women be difficult, not just black women.
I mean, Karens are white. You think Karens ain't married? Karen married to Dave, and Dave got to hear Karen mouth too.
Well, but here's the thing, and this has been a recent development in my mind. I feel like a number of white guys are a lot more agreeable to what we consider bad behavior.
They are.
I've seen a number of black women that have, transitioned to white men. Asian women like go over to white men. Everybody goes to white guys. One, they usually have the resources to basically facilitate the things most women want, right? And of course, some white guys that got swag and character and all this other stuff. But too often, I've seen a number of white guys with these women that are difficult. And these women can basically do whatever they want. And I'm just like, why? Like, do you guys think that brothers of color are more likely to have an issue with a difficult woman than, say, a white person?
Yes, I would say that. Easy.
For sure.
I don't think so.
And as a person, I ain't gonna even lie. I dated both of them. That is true. White men let you get away with a lot of stuff. They are easygoing individuals for the most part. Even the boss ones, they some easygoing, a little easier.
So they got them
That's why they
reparations.
turn to alcohol.
You say what, AB?
That's why they turn to alcohol.
So, but why do you think that when black men and black women, they have contentious attitudes, like both of them are both contentious, why do you think that is more problematic relationship than the white guy that's with the contentious woman?
It's not more problematic. It's just more publicized.
Exactly.
It's more entertaining. It fits the narrative. There's a history of races. Yeah. there's also the history of racism behind it, of like, you know, Black women are naturally cantankerous, Black men are naturally controlling, they never seem to figure it, like, these are stereotypes that are perpetuated, and then they're fed again through reality TV, through social media. Like, this is all programming, and then people normalize it and think that that's how it's okay to behave. It's not that it is. Have y'all seen the way some of these white people cuss each other out?
Absolutely.
Have y'all seen the way some of these divorce proceedings go between these people? Like, it's really no different, but we don't have access to it in the same way because they want to keep their things. They have like a great PR package where their business is way more subtle and ours is put out there for everybody to consume.
And we do it to ourselves too. So we reinforce we reinforce a lot of the negative stereotypes too. So I think that's what plays into it. But I also was in agreement with Inaz. That's what I was going to say, is that I think because we are not around white people or Asian as often as we are with each other. So of course, just statistically, we're going to see more of that from each other than you would with, other groups. But other groups, most definitely, even like, I have a friend, she was just, we were actually, she's white. And we were talking about this. And so she was like, no, white women are evil. Like we're just as bad. Like, but it, like to Inaz's point, that was what she was saying. She was like, we do the same stuff. And she was like, a lot of stuff is just like what women do anyway. But just in terms of like the attitude and all that, she was like, we do the same thing, but we just don't get blasted for it the same way Black women do.
I will disagree on one thing. I think that the things that white people fight over is different than what Black people fight on. The reason why we're not really seem like we're not privy to a lot of the breakups between a lot of white people is because they're fighting over like assets. They're fighting over this property, this business, this amount of money. They're fighting for. I know, but the way I think the more I look at a lot of the issues with a lot of like upper class or just even white people's like disagreements, they're more so fussing over more like asset items versus we're basically fighting over pride and emotion. Like when I get into an issue with a woman, I'm more over something that is dealing with either pride or something linked to some sort of underlying emotion.
Good way to put it.
So here's the thing, right? It is if we're gonna do the class thing, then we need to go pound for pound, right? Because Black people in the upper class are also fighting over the same thing. It's assets and prenups and wealth and all of that stuff, right? When you're looking at the general population, regardless of race, they're still, and I can say this because I grew up around a lot of white people, they're fighting over gender roles, they're fighting over power dynamics in a relationship, they're fighting over cheating, they're fighting over like, who's doing what. They got baby daddies too. Like the problems in the same class are not exclusive to particular races. They got the same issues. Their marriage rates are dropping just the same as ours, right? Their baby daddy issues are not too far off, right? Like the numbers are really like they're not. They might be a little bit better,
Oh my goodness!
But not that much, right? And so we need to, because when we compare the white upper class to the general population of Black people, there's way too many things to factor in to have a fair conversation. We got to go either like Black upper class compared to white upper class, Black common folk to white common folk, and you'll start to see that those issues tend to mimic each other and mirror each other.
Or looking at it a different way, when you're referring to assets, and I know what you mean, but assets is also relative to your class that you're at. So when you're saying, oh, they're fighting over homes and, stocks and bonds but, when you're in a different class, it may not be, your stocks and bonds, but it may be other things that we consider of value at that class level that they're arguing over, that they consider to be an asset as well.
Gotcha. Anybody else want to speak on that, I suppose? Or were we talking about Marjorie and like how did we get
Wait, I forgot what the original question was y'all was answering. I ain't answering.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think it just kind of
it was Marjorie and Steve. That was the original conversation.
Okay.
Jack, you want to go?
You say me?
Yeah, you got it.
Did you want to mention Marjorie?
About Marjorie and Steve, the situation? I mean, I don't know what to believe. They say Steve says fake, and
allegedly, like, look, it's. Oh, did he come out and say it was fake?
Yeah, on some comedy show or whatever, he came out and said that him and Marjorie was fine and everything was good. And
I don't mean it's fake, though. It just means it's
he's
good.
supposed to say that.
True that. But I mean, I seem like just interact with each other, and I just always felt like Marjorie was just like, kind of like, she was running the show. You know what I'm saying? And but Steve was just talking tough. But just looking at her body language, man, she running that stuff anyway. So
I think it's the image thing. I think she looks good. She looks good for the part, right?
I just think she got game, man. She just came out of the scene from nowhere.
Listen, she got some game now. We ain't gonna look whether she did it or not. The bitch got some game. Marjorie is the chick. This chick is almost 60 years old and she looks amazing. Amazing. Almost 60.
I'll tell you, I do see some parallels between her relationship with Steve and Will Smith and I forgot Jada. Like, I see some parallels in regards to the women running those relationships, like manipulation inside of those relationships, and the men just kind of cowering to the whims of the woman. I mean, am I wrong in seeing that, or?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. You know that comment
with Marjorie though, because I mean, I understand when y'all were talking about Jada Pinkett and Will Smith, but what have y'all seen with Marjorie in regards to her being manipulative towards him or her running the show? Because I mean, every time I've seen them together, he bigs her up, like he's proud of his wife.
Right,
and it seems like she carries herself well outside of y'all knowing the private business, her history. So my thing is, do you think you would have a different view of her if you had no idea about her history?
Absolutely.
Because I think that's what plays into it, because she's not actually doing anything.
Right. Right. She like on the front pages.
It's definitely history.
I think another thing that's got a lot to do with that is, like, if you look at Sierra and Russell Wilson, a lot of men are not happy with Steve Harvey, right? So
for sure,
it'll cause us to, in general, to be way more judgmental to everything he has going on and not wanting to root for him. Because I think the average man feel like the stuff Steve Harvey says prevents them from getting in a relationship, or it makes their wife act in ways that they wouldn't like her to act, because he puts an unfair expectation on them in their mind.
So what is Steve? I'm curious. What is, I know, think like a date like a something like a woman.
Think like a man, act like a woman.
So what else?
Yeah, I think that's
that makes him think that men think that they can't. What does he say? What is he putting out there? Just curious.
So I didn't read the book, so I don't know, but I know I had some.
I read that book.
They believe by it, but you know what I'm saying, I ain't going for no 90 day stuff. I mean, I ain't trying to work for research.
Listen here, let me just tell y'all about 90 days. That's a privilege. She ain't got to give it to you. Period.
Yeah, I mean,
90 days ain't nothing. She don't gotta give it to you. I'm tired of these men, not you. I'm sorry, David. Men and thinking you're entitled to.
She coming for you, bro.
I'm hearing.
But the thing is that what he said is true based on what y'all are saying in these spaces
That's
where
true.
women mess up. Is that we just be giving it up. We don't vet. We don't do all of these things. We're just quick to be, giving it up to somebody that we like, and that we need to slow our roll and vet the person before we go, get into a situation like that. So he's reiterating publicly what y'all was saying, and now everybody's angry at him for saying it.
That's
So-
true. Okay,
Ain't
go
no
ahead.
bad.
So the book is part of it, right? The other part of it is like he still relives that book through his talk show,
Mhm.
where women show up and they ask questions, and he gives advice that's
Mhm.
pretty on brand for his book, right? So it's continued content reiterating the same thing. I think that the issue is not all, but the general population of men have certain standards for women based on the caliber of women they think you are. Whereas Steve Harvey does not care about that and puts all women on the same playing field.
Yeah,
So
basically.
whether
Yeah.
you have a body count in the triple digits, whether you have 3 kids by 3 baby daddies, whether you are the girl who, has kept her knees together and is waiting for marriage, he's putting all women on the same platform and running the same game. And I think men in general don't move like that with women. They put women in categories and treat you accordingly. But when they take his advice and they move the same way these like the women who have kept their knees together this whole time, men get really frustrated because they have a different expectation for you. So it's creating this clash, which I think should be a space for some pretty good conversation, but in reality it's creating a lot of frustration and a lot of conflict in existing relationships.
I'm glad you mentioned this, because
I agree with that.
that opens it up for a good conversation, because it's saying that men are like appraisers. They over here
Yeah, we are
value
basically.
on different women. A woman should, like, oh, you're on the clearance rack, because like nobody.
That's
Discount
funny.
price.
You
Oh
got
my
goodwill
goodness.
vagina. You're supposed to be giving it out for $3.99 because you got this.
I know goodwill vagina. Yo,
I mean, basically, that's funny.
No, so let's talk about this real fast, because I like that. So they're upset because a girl does not want to give them, like, they put them in categories because they won't go into the category that they have valued them as.
That's it.
They feel like, oh, you got 2 kids, so I should be able to just come and slip in even though I don't have a job and
Nah, heck no.
make it. Can you
They
make it
come in saying, "Let me go straight to the clearance rack."
like
You do.
your vagina? Oh, these 10 dudes had sex with you. I should be able to have sex with you too.
Oh my goodness, that's funny.
you
It could
you
have been
seen
like,
you
That's
seen the
another good one
wood?
though.
You seen the
You
movie
said
The
That's
what?
Wood?
kind of how it is.
The movie The Wood, where he was like, "Come on, man, you let that nigga Terry bone." You seen
Mhm.
that? That's exactly what it is. Like, come on,
Yep.
man, you let that nigga Terry bone. You gotta let me hit. I know I look better than him.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's
it's
kind
kind
of
of like that. But it's so funny. But it's so funny how the human, like the entitlement that comes along with, if she just doesn't want you, you're just not it. This is my thing. I look at it like this: if she had sex with 20 dudes, if she not having sex with you below them 20 dudes, she don't want you. It's you. So there's something about them 20 dudes that she was like, I see myself having sex with you, and this is you.
But the women aren't making that argument. They're saying that they're making smarter decisions after the 20
They
that
not though.
die,
They
and
not.
Oh
they're
my
literally saying,
goodness.
"Well, now we're making smarter decisions." And this is
Cook
the
master.
argument that women are
It
using.
sounds good.
I cannot operate the same way in my childish ways, and now I'm making
Mm,
this a judgment because I am more mature now, and I'm making better decisions. And giving it up wasn't giving me the desired result, so now I'm making the adjustment.
Okay.
So here's where I think the conversation gets a little juicy, right? Like, what if that is true? What if it is true? What if there was a trauma that, allowed her to express herself in a way that was not conducive to what she needed, right? And now she's gotten some therapy and she's like, you know what? I've been living reckless and wild and crazy. And like, that's not sustainable for me. What if that's true? Right? What if through all of this programming, like, you think with these spaces and the way that like men have these expectations that once you've put out, you got to always put out, and she fed into that because she didn't have a backbone yet. What if that's true and she's realized, like, listen, I'm not, these men are telling me this is how you get a relationship, this is how you get marriage, and I'm not getting that, and so now I have to do better, right? What if it is true that these women were living reckless for whatever reason and have now decided, listen, I can't do that anymore? It's a wash for them.
No, it's
There's
not a
no
wash.
redemption.
See, why they
That's
gonna
what it sounds
stop?
like you're saying,
No, it's not a wash. But the thing is like, you know just as well as I know, when people experience certain things, you can mentally make a decision, but you still have the same similar habits. Like that's the reason why we're making the argument for uh Marjorie. We're making the habit for what's that girl name? Will Smith's wife. The reason why, even though they can make reasonable decisions and they can make changes and they get the right guy, right? They still have a tendency to go back to the guy that they really want. So even though you're making smarter decisions and you're now 20 guys in, and now you have this great epiphany. Great. Maturity is now here and you're making these decisions.
I
You
think what
still will somewhat subconsciously operate similar to what you have already been used to. Because just like if you never traveled before, but now you experience traveling, you're not going to backpedal from being able to travel just because of whatever it is that you experienced in the past. Typically, people, once they experience certain things, they typically do not like going backwards.
Well, it
And even if
depends
you're making
on.
smaller decisions, you're still going to be have an affinity for the same stuff that you already like.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. The key word is like. What Inaz's point was realizing that that person didn't like their situation and made the necessary adjustments and changes to get different results. And I think that what we can learn by human nature a lot of times is part of the problem is that when you as an individual begin to recognize that there are changes that you need to make in your life, it's typically those around you that keep trying to pigeonhole you into what they used to know you as, and then want to treat you according to that. And then when you have found that for yourself, like, you know what, before I was allowing men to determine my value, but now I may see the value in myself. So you're going to hold yourself accountable and to a different caliber, and then have expectations of those who are around you to treat you a different way. But because they are used to getting the things that they want from the person that they used to know, now you begin to look like you the bad guy. Or then they fight against that and being like, girl, you know, you got 3 kids by 3 different baby daddies, and now you're trying to act like, you know, you wasn't giving it up. You know, you ain't gonna get nobody if you don't give it up. Like that kind of mindset. And I think for a particular person, a particular woman who has truly done the work and has gotten therapy, has, you know, done the necessary work to become the vision of herself that she needs to be, that men fight against that and try to weaponize past mistakes with the present person that she has become. And I think that part is unfair.
You know how you asked what would be what then? So I think like somebody in the chat said Twiz was like, it's like a felony, right? Once you get the conviction, everybody that's aware of it is kind of on your record, right? And you will miss out on certain opportunities and those things based off that. I think the solution for that is you're gonna have to relocate, like to some place where they don't know that part of you, and the new person you are can have a fresh start. Because like, I don't know if you ever seen what's with the Franklin, the show where he's selling drugs?
Oh,
Snowfall. Remember when old girl Wanda became a crackhead and she was really a crackhead, and nobody would let her relive that shit once she got clean. They were still coming to her like she was a crackhead. She was trying to help people. She cleaned herself up. She was in a way better situation. But them people there always saw her as a crackhead. And whenever, you know what I'm saying, anybody got angry at her, that's the first thing they brought up. When you have something that's that detrimental on your reputation, a lot of times you're not going to be able to escape it. Like, and it's unfortunate for that person, but it's the truth. But you do have an opportunity to escape it, but it's not going to be with the people who you seared in. Because who's to say what the behavior you did caused somebody? Because the guy you might want another chance with might be the guy who's in love with you and watched you get ran through, and his heart was broke every time he seen that. Which is why I think some of these men in the space be like upset about shit like that, right? They loved the girl, and then they found out she was only fucking with the dudes that he wasn't, he didn't have the personality like, and he couldn't have fit in with. And then when she comes back at 35 or 40 and now wants to give him a shot, they feel spat on, right? You stuck in that space until you find new people that see you as the new person you've become. And that's gonna require a lot of work, and you can't have no signs that look like you backtracking. Because not only do they know you to do something, the realm of possibilities for somebody you dating that knows you will always assume that you will do the worst, even if they want to have the best intentions. The fact that they know you'll go back to it, like most people are not going to leave a dope fiend in their house after they've been robbed by that dope fiend before. No matter how clean they are, you still have it in your mind that is in the realm of possibilities that this person will rob you because they robbed you before.
But you know, are there exceptions though? Because this reminds me when you were talking, like I think about Denise, Vanity.
Well, I think all of us are exceptions. Period. When you look back, and I just don't mean like sexually, I mean just in life in general. You should not be the same person that you were when you were in your teens, right? A lot of us made effed up decisions, whatever it was, because that's the growing and learning phase. You may not know better or think that you know, and then find out that you don't know in regards to whatever decisions you've made. And so I think that's where we are as a people, where I think we go wrong in general is we respond one of two ways. Either, we try to pigeonhole a person into the person that they was when we knew them back when, or then if we become that person that have made those changes, then we soon forget how much of a mess we were back when, and then we become judgmental for everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Some church folks.
And that you said it. You said it. And so I think that's where it is, where I think to a degree we've lost our humanity towards each other in terms of being empathetic, you know what I'm saying? Like being able to relate to people where they are, as opposed to, like we see it every day, like with students, where they, they're trying to navigate life.
Right. You have to forgive them.
Exactly. And then you, like, that's the rule. Like, oh, they act up today, but you can't hold a grudge. You got to start each day as a new day, to give them opportunity to get it together. But if we pigeonhole them and be like, man, they ain't never gonna be nothing, they have no desire to change at that point. And I think a lot of times when we move like that, we're preventing the person, to make or creating an environment for them to make the necessary changes and maintain those changes.
I think that's very nice, and that sounds very sweet, but the world isn't that kind. The simple fact of the matter is, you don't have many opportunities to make impressions. You don't have many opportunities to gain people's trust and to keep people's trust and to keep their respect. People aren't that forgiving. So it sounds nice if you're in an environment where people give you the space to grow and change. That's what therapy's for. That's what real relationships are for, friendships, family, all that other good stuff. But the real world does not owe you any of that. Nobody cares about anything that you're trying to grow through, because guess what? While you're growing through it, you're causing damage to other people that's around you. So you have to be mindful of that it's nice to be able to have the opportunity and the space to grow and change, and it's smart for women to make adjustments for the results that they want.
I'm not
Wait.
talking about just women though.
No, I didn't say you were talking about
Oh,
just
okay.
women. I'm just going
Because
back
men
to the
have
point
caused
that you
some of the
made.
damage as well that they complain about.
Yeah, fair.
No,
But that
like
still doesn't take away from the simple fact of the matter is, in this world, people aren't that forgiving and people aren't that kind. You don't
if you
get many opportunities to really get to the things that you're really talking about.
And
if you
it's so funny that you say that because that goes both ways. We often hear women are judgmental, they don't give this guy a chance. It's the same thing. Women have
Yeah.
these standards that are too high. Men have these. Everybody has got this thing going on. But if we're gonna say that, we have to say it on both ends. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, life ain't fair. Men gonna judge you." Guess what? Vice versa. Life ain't fair. She don't want you. You may be an incel for the rest of your life. Get your shit together.
Well, that's
no,
why I
as
also
men,
said,
we naturally know that. Like, say you got violence in your background and the police pull you over, they come in with their
Y'all
guns
gotta get
drawn
together,
before they get
y'all.
out the car. Like, we naturally know we're gonna be continuously judged for our background.
I agree.
We have no expectation that it's not gonna go that way. We know, like, in any interaction with the police, in any interaction with a job, even credit pools, any of those things, we know that it's gonna be held against us. So I think maybe sometimes, because I've heard a lot of the men complain about one of the various definitions they be using for the word simp. They were saying that they feel like that the men who they call simps will give a woman a chance and show her grace, right? So the men that may complain about that feel as though, even though they get held accountable at all ends of the spectrum by child support, by jail, by men growing up, by physically being punished and fighting, they sometimes feel like that women don't have the same level of accountability.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
They do. So
I believe they do
it's
too. You get stuck with the
okay,
kid most
Chan.
of the
I know that triggered you. It's okay.
it did.
I know. I'm
It
sorry.
did.
It's all right.
So
It
y'all
wasn't Marcus. It was somebody else. It's okay.
Yeah, no, it wasn't my opinion.
So Marcus, 2 seconds. Can you break that down? Men get punished by what? One at a time. One at a time.
They get punished by jail. They get
Jail.
punished
Okay,
by
so why do they get punished by jail?
But not paying child support.
Okay, so when it comes to child support, what does child support do? Do people get child support for joint custody? Or is it usually the person who has the child the most who's getting child support?
You gotta
Now,
ask
don't get
somebody.
Well, let's see, like,
let's talk about because this is a child support thing. Because I had an argument the other day with my on Facebook. Let me make it very clear. I do not think that a man who takes care of his kid at least twice a week should be on child support. Okay,
I like that,
but that's not a lot of men. Okay,
right, for sure.
If you are a every other weekend brother, and she's got so if there are 30 days in the month, and you've got your child about 5 of them days, 6, and she's got the child 24 days.
I can't relate.
I don't think they should have
But
child support. I think you should be responsible.
If you take your child out of her home and you are taking care of your kid, and I would say even if she has a kid 5 days and you at least taking the kid 2 days solid, I do not think you should be paying child support. I absolutely do not. But if you are that brother
2 days?
30 days, Marcus, you are a dad. You know how hard it is to take care of kids. You got your kids running around.
All
It's
day.
just not easy.
I think child support is satanic. I mean, you should be responsible who you have a child with, and if y'all can't get along, then that's just what y'all got to deal
child
with.
support have to do with getting along? You can be perfect friends. What child support is simply to support the. So, for example, if the kid is with you 2 days out of the week, you're supporting that child 2 days out of the week. You're financially, you have to take care of the kid. But if you don't see the kid, you're not contributing anything.
Yeah, but the child support system is based on a system of profit for judges, lawyers, and stuff like that. So I mean, it ain't really about the moral issue about it.
Let's take that small percentage out. Let's just talk about the people who do and who do not. Okay. Again, if you are a brother who is getting your kids all the time, take yourself out of this equation. We are not talking about you. We appreciate you too. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the ones who are really the ones messing it up for everybody. Let's just be honest. The ones who complain about the kids and they don't even see the kid. I
Well,
know men who don't even know how to spell their kid's name. Like they want them long names. They're like, "Man, how do you spell?" I,
Yeah, I
David,
mean, but still, like I
David, I
said,
want you to let's drill down into that a little bit, if you don't mind, David,
okay.
because there are points where I kind of disagree with you, but I want to have a full understanding of your opinion on this. So, because judges and lawyers and states get a little bit of the money that's given to them from child support, you believe the entire
not
system is
even a
wrong?
lot.
I just want you to drill down. I want to drill down into that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, you should be responsible who you have sex with, and bringing the laws into as well as child support. I mean, who knows what's really fair? Because everybody got different personalities, and you don't want to discriminate and treat. Basically, I'm saying the law going regardless going to discriminate against people regardless.
So,
Yes,
so we're not going to hold, as men, we're not going to hold ourselves accountable for where we put our seed.
yeah, you be responsible for your seed. If you have a baby with someone and y'all don't get along, that's what you have to deal with, and never promote less people. You know what I'm saying? Having irresponsible sex, and it's like actually a natural way to curve, a lot more than what the current rates are as far as out of birth, wedlocks and stuff like that. And stuff like that. If you know that you ain't getting woman ain't getting no child support, she's gonna be a lot more selective with who she has sex with, and she's gonna really get not be mess with the bad boy. Gonna be attracted. It's gonna be that blame dude that's getting paid.
Okay,
Straight up, that's gonna
but
change the
let's
dynamic
just real
automatic.
quick. Let's just say that this system isn't in place. How does she benefit from having a baby by the guy that has a ton of money if he decides that he doesn't want to be in the baby's life? I just need to understand where your opinion is on this, because like it, where I agree women need to keep their legs closed, I also believe that we're responsible for where our seed goes. And if something blossoms out of that seed that we planted, I believe that we're also responsible for making sure that we water that flower and grow that flower and do our part to take care of the kid that comes out of it. But what if this child support system did not exist, right? Let's just assume it doesn't exist, and a man walks away, then w- what is the consequence then? How is he accountable? What can he be held accountable for? Like,
I
so how
mean,
would a woman even benefit from having sex with a or having a baby from a rich guy?
that's a good point, but I mean, um, that's just the whole thing of natural a natural way to solve an issue to where it won't become an epidemic. Because right now, the single mom in a daughter rate births in the black community is an epidemic portion. So to curve that, a natural way to do that is not have the laws. And so, like, when people hear of how these bad boys they like, what I'm saying, not treating them good, and then the younger generation come in and they gonna hear that stuff and they ain't gonna want to deal with that. And they gonna go right to the nice dudes. They gonna go to the nice dudes, the lame dudes. Get the blue collar man go over going probably should really go on another level if that happened.
So
You know
you're
what I'm
sa-
saying?
so you're sa- so your opinion is the women will become more selective and will likely go for
They gonna
more of a marriage minded kind of, like, if
Man,
you
the
remove the
bad
laws.
boys will be out. If they took the law of child support line, bad boys will be out. Because women going to death. I mean, like you go back to like the war between France and I think it was Russia. You know what I'm saying? Russia came in, started having sex with these wives and stuff like that, and just dominating. You know what I'm saying? These Russian men having sex with their wives in front of the husband, and then actually the women, the French wives, start actually falling in love with the Russians I mean, they just that dominance alone made them start falling in love with the Russians. And then when the Russians left, it was crazy, man. Them husbands was mad than the muggy friends. Ooh wee.
Nas, and then I have something to say about
Woo.
that.
Yeah. So
Go ahead, Inaz.
I think sometimes when we get into this conversation, we like missteps on like how we got here, right? Women have been making babies with people like with men for a really long time, right? We didn't start to see these child support like extramarital, right? Like these child support laws really came in when we started to do away with shotgun weddings. When fathers would be like, "Nah, you knocked up my daughter. You're gonna have to marry her and make an honest woman out of her." That's when child support laws started to come in because men weren't being held accountable. Now, if you're going to propose a very different way other than child support systems to hold men accountable who choose to opt out of the repercussions of their decision, I'm open to hearing it, right? But there has never been a point in time, with or without child support laws, where there wasn't women having children out of wedlock. It didn't exist. It might have been less talked about. They might have been shuttled away into like the outskirts of society. It might have been hidden. It might have been, somebody else adopted the child and pretended like it was theirs. Like there's a whole lot of that stuff when you start digging in. But we look at child support as if like it's some sort of benefit to the woman. Like she's out here winning on it. That's for the child. Taking
Oh my
it away
goodness.
leaves children.
Daycare is like almost $2,000 a month.
Yeah, so like it leaves children in a compromised situation. So how do you support this child who did not ask to be here, and as a repercussion of two adults making a decision for one night of pleasure, right? And now here's this child that has to be taken care of. So what do we do to make sure that that child is able to become a functioning adult, a functioning member of society? If you have another option that's not child support, I'm all ears. But right now, I can't think of another one.
Or or you try to be the custodial parent and then receive child support from the mom. Like when in these spaces, a lot of times I hear the stats on fathers are better parents, they have better outcome for their children, and they should be the ones that are raising their children. But at the same time, I don't hear how many fathers are actually wanting to take that role on. In fact, the stats show that majority of the time, it comes to an agreement that the mother should be the custodial parent. So on one hand, if fathers are better at being the better parent, then it would make sense to me that we should see stats that are showing more fathers are trying to be the custodial parent, but the stats don't support that.
That's because so that when you get into that, if a woman fights, what happens is it becomes very expensive. And the truth of the matter is a lot of men don't have the time or the money to really fight that battle, but because it is an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle for men because we already know that the courts tend to side with the mother. So in order to see the real statistic on it, you're right, we need to see more dads with being the custodial parent, but courts don't typically don't give the custodial rights to the father. Also it's two different proceedings for child support and custodial rights. The first thing typically that happens after the breakup is the child support case. That's typically the very first thing that happens. And then if the mom really wants to be a B word about it, she can keep the kid from the father, Yes, you can.
Yes, you can, but now there are
So-
laws. There are laws where you can hold her into contempt if you have custodial rights. If you have custodial rights, most states support you holding her in contempt if she keeps that kid away from you. If
I
you
hadn't
win
gotten to that
court-
part yet, though.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is, so from the child support case to the visitation and custodial case, you could be looking at 2 or 3 or 4 months. And if the mom really wanted to be a B, she can keep the kid from you for that amount of time. And then when you go in for that custody hearing, one of the first things that the judge asks is, are you in their life? It's hard to be in their life if the parent doesn't allow you, at the time, the mom being the custodial parent, doesn't allow you in the child's life. And it literally is an uphill fight for men. It's and now see, this is where I differ a little bit, because I'm gonna throw the funds at it, because I mean, shit, that's my kid, and y'all already know how I feel about my kids.
Mhm.
So those that can will, but most of the time, a lot of men run out of money before they can finish that fight. I'm just gonna be frank.
My goodness. I
And,
mean,
you
yeah.
know, and this is look, this is the thing about it. Some people will never know because they ain't never started the fight. Okay. They run out of money going these days trying to get vagina, but they never stop the fight.
Oh, my
They
goodness.
keep going. They persevere.
Don't argue that.
So
I'm not
you want to
arguing
fight,
that.
but listen, you
You
are
say
willing to
persevere,
fight
that's
for
funny.
what it is that you want. That's what I'm saying. So I don't want to hear that. But when it comes to child support, what I find is the men who are punished the most are the ones who are most involved. That's the only problem I have with child support. When men are divorced, they're automatically put on child support, and they have these rights where they have the kid up, a decent amount of time. Those to me are the men who should not be on child support. The men who should be on child support, unfortunately, are the ones who are not on child support. Because both Mistaken and I actually did stats, and it was saying like 44% of women are actually receiving child support. And more than likely, that's usually from a divorce because it was put in the divorce, or it's from that guy who really wants access to his kids. The men who really should be on child support, them deadbeats, are the ones who are not even on child support. And that's the problem I have with child support, is they're punishing the wrong guys. It's a messed up type of system, because the guy who is involved is the one who's being put on child support. And to me, he shouldn't be the one who's been put on child support. It's the deadbeats.
And I want to say,
I agree.
Marcus
I made
a
that
point.
case last week.
Oh,
Remember?
yeah.
I'm sorry, AP. I made that exact case last week. Everybody, people was looking at me like I was crazy when I was saying
I was
he
asleep.
he was gonna pretend like you was asleep, maybe. He was gonna pretend to be a deadbeat father because all the other ways he tried to be around his kids don't work. He spent like $100K trying to do, and I wanted to argue with him, but as some small thing in me, I'm like, is there something to this method? Because the people
I do remember you saying that, Marky Mark.
yeah, the people who don't do nothing, it seems like the baby moms would do her best she'll even drive them kids to see him. Like, down there pay him to be with the kids because she wants the kids to have that relationship with their father.
Yeah.
It's
He the one getting away with murder. He
That's
ain't doing nothing.
that's
Just being a bum. Just
as far as
let me not.
So I think,
Not.
Marcus, I don't know if it was you or Trigger Mike, or it may have been
A
someone else
bum, not a bum.
that made a point, I want to say last week, regarding child support. This is where I can agree with David. If you want to stop that behavior,
that's it.
you get child support for that first kid. But if you show a pattern of now you got another baby with another baby daddy,
That's better than nothing.
who's
I'll
not
take
in the
it.
house,
I'll take it.
but hey, ma'am, you got to
Right.
figure out a way to make it work,
Right.
No,
because
he gotta take-
the bad behavior does have to stop.
No.
Yeah,
Bad behavior
no.
does have to
No,
stop.
because guess what? It's your kid. That is, you never get a pass for not taking care of your kid. Never. You're never gonna get a pass for that. It's your child. It's your legacy. It's your last name. That is crazy to me that y'all don't even value kids enough to want to take care of them. That's
And
crazy.
you're not gonna get and
But
y'all aren't gonna get a pass for spreading your legs to everybody and letting them drop
right,
that seed.
She's
I
like
not
mean,
I
getting
said, the
that's just the way.
accountability is there.
Man, I'm telling you, the bad boy is gonna be out if they get rid of
The,
child
the,
support.
the accountability. Let me say this real quick.
The
The
bad boy's gonna be
accountability for women
cooked.
opening their legs is there because they're, like you said, the responsibility is built in once they get pregnant.
Right.
The other
Right.
thing, though, is that a lot of times in these spaces we hear, oh, fathers don't have the money, fathers can't do this, right? But when I was reading stats, because somebody had said this, I didn't believe it, so then I started looking stuff up myself, is that 50% of the men actually end up with custody of their children if they contest it. So sometimes it takes you to just go ahead and contest the case and seek primary custody, because
That's
in the
what I
United
did.
States 50% of the time you win. So we always try to go on these stats, oh, the courts are against the men, they're against the men. You have the 50% chance of getting your kid if you fight for custody. The problem is that you a lot of times men bow out because they truly don't want let's keep
That's
it real.
fact.
They don't want full-time responsibility of
I
their
wouldn't say that now.
they don't. And
I know.
that's exactly why when prior to they make the decision, before they even go to court, they make the decision that, you know what, the parent, the mom will be primary custody. They actually agree to that. But when I had looked at those stats and somebody said, pull up the stats, I'll look it up really quick and I'll tell you where to go, even though you could Google it yourself. But it does say that in the US, fathers who contest custody cases, when they seek primary residence in the U.S., that they win 50% of the time.
They can win higher than that if they file first. What I did.
Real fast, because I wanted to piggyback off mistaken. Case in point. Men get custody of the kid. The first thing he do is go find a woman to bring it to the house, take care of them kids. First and foremost. Very rare that man gonna be single, taking care of them kids by himself. That is very rare, okay? Second, anybody who's raised kids knows it is the hard thing to do. And you're seeing that women don't take accountability. Absolutely, she should be accountable. If she's sitting here open her legs and she's always having kids, sit down, you whore, okay? But what I'm saying, but to say that she's not accountable, if she's taking care of kids,
study right now,
that one lowers her value. The kids alone lower her value on the marketplace. So she's getting a ding right there. She has to take care of kids. Those kids are not priority in her life. She can't go out in the streets unless she got her mom, the grandmama taking care of the kids. Most women can't just live their life freely. They don't have the time to just give their lives up and just be free out in the streets. So she's taking a ding there. So she is held accountable for her actions. Again, unless it's a situation where her parents are doing it for her, the grandparents are doing it for her, which is,
I think women with children can win if they just, let the husband they choose really run the show. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no because
husband they choose.
Yeah, I mean, ain't no my kids first over the husband. No, if you pick a guy that's worthy, you know what I'm saying, y'all in love with each other like that. You know what I'm saying? You got to really let him run the show. All the important decisions, he got to sign off on it. You know what I'm saying? All the separation, the decisions with your baby daddy and all that stuff, that's crap. And that's what y'all. It ain't because men don't want to, get women with children. It's the dynamic, with that will come in general. You know what I'm saying? If you a woman with children, you strong, educated, and liberated, and all this kind of stuff. You should be able to pick the right man to lead your house.
So here's the issue with that, right? Because in theory, I think you are right. In theory, you are right. Unfortunately, that's just not the dynamics of it, right? Because right now the conversation is that baby mamas are not marriage worthy. If you become a stepdaddy, you're a simp. These women don't deserve marriage because they've had children already. Like these are the conversations we're having.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a,
These are the messaging that's continuing to like resonate with people, right? But I did want to backtrack a little bit. I think we really need to like dead the part of the conversation where it's only like the pookies or the bad boys that are doing this stuff. It's not. It's regular everyday dudes doing it too. And I think the moment we can like have that conversation of like any man, and I didn't say every, I said any man can just like decide to walk away from his responsibilities, I think it we start to have a more realistic version of the conversation. Because the truth is that because there's this assumption that women automatically get custody of the child, that a lot of men are like, "Okay, not my problem. You know, I didn't want her to have this kid in the first place. I want to have this kid, whatever." Your responsibility is still your responsibility, right? Regardless of how many baby daddies there are before you, if you got her pregnant, you already knew the situation that you were getting in. We tell women to pick better, and yet these men are still impregnating women who have multiple children with multiple baby daddies, right? You also need to pick better, sir, right? We also need to have the conversation of men are the ones who are the gatekeepers to marriage. If you're talking about men need to, these women need to submit themselves to the man that they choose as a husband, they need to get married. And it's the men that decide who's marriageable and who isn't. And right now, if you have even one child that was born out of wedlock, a lot of men are disqualifying you as marriage material, right? So we need to have this conversation with a little bit more integrity in what's going on in order to find a more reasonable solution. Because like we're continuing with the same YouTube talking points without discussing like the reality of what's actually going on.
Well, the reality, people have the freedom to choose, and they choose to have kids, and some people are choosing to walk away. That's what happens when people have the freedom to do what they want. You're not completely skating past the consequences of those actions, which is why we have the laws that we have and that we have the relationships and the communities and the families that we have. But all of this stuff stems from the fact of the matter is that we have the freedom to choose. You can choose the man you want, you can choose the woman you want, you can choose to use contraceptive, you can choose to not use contraceptive. You can't necessarily have the outcomes that you're trying to fix unless you start curtailing people's behavior almost by force. But with us having the freedoms and the things that we do, is like there's going to be people that's going to make reasonable decisions and make the changes, and there's going to be people that don't. And I agree with you 100%. Any man has the capabilities to leave a woman in a bad situation, whether it's in marriage, whether it's with kids. Any man has that capability. But guess what? Majority of us men, that when we do decide to embark on this journey with you, even if we don't like you, we're still going to try to do something for you, even if we don't like you, because sometimes we look at this kid, like you said, that child didn't choose to be here. So some brothers will make concessions for you to take care of you, because taking care of this child also means taking care of you. But I think this is a really good conversation, only because like if we can begin to acknowledge more often that okay, both sides have an error and a responsibility to bring all this stuff together, which I think was the original point David was making. If you make people more responsible internally instead of getting some other system involved, right? I understand the system came because of the issues that was there. Yes, I agree 100%. However, the thing is that like if people aren't personally invested in fixing the situation, then it don't matter if you bring a system outside of them to come and fix it. Because yes, you're gonna fix one side of the issue, but then you create another problem on the other side. There needs to be what David was basically alluding to. There needs to be natural selection. There needs to be natural consequences to these actions. Because if enough women do not receive any support whatsoever, in regards to, them taking care of these kids by these guys that aren't willing to take care of these kids. You would hope that enough smart women would have realized, dang, maybe having kids with a person is important business. Maybe it's more than just pleasure, right? Because most of the time you see a lot of people having sex, it's not because of kids. They having sex because they think of pleasure more so than a purpose behind it. So on the surface, David, I understand what you're coming from. But from a very realistic standpoint, you have to add the balance to the things that have already been created in order to help with the fact that people have free will.
Which goes into men prioritize desires, women prioritize happiness. Which goes right into this. Does anybody else have anything to contribute? We haven't even gotten to the subject. I don't even know how we got here. But it works. Did anybody else want to? Because I think this is a very important conversation because it really is a problem, that's going on, and it's not getting any better. If anything, it's getting worse, and it's spreading. It's no longer us. It's all races. It's really spreading. So if anybody else wanted to say anything, you can.
I was just going to say, whoever wanted to look it up, I think it was HuffPost or something like that had the study in there. So you could just follow that to find what I guess the original study was. But one of the other articles I was just browsing just now because I was trying to find the study is that they said a lot of times men don't get custody is because they simply don't ask for it. So that is really the issue. You're not asking, so you're not getting. And then the other thing, it was saying that looking at the dynamic that a lot of times in a marriage, the woman is the one who spends most of the time with the child, like doing activities, stuff like that. Just based on what it was saying is that men spend maybe 6% of the time, whereas the woman is double that time. So at the point, right. So, women are working too, but the expectation
y'all don't work, man. We ain't gonna do that.
Women are working too.
We're not gonna be disingenuous and say women. If we can pull the stats on the amount of time men spend at work versus the amount of time women spend at work, it's not even close.
But you're not considering the point. The women are allowing you to be able to spend that time because you're not having to do what? You're not having to take care of the kids.
We've been working since the beginning of time. What are we talking about?
Right. But my
Okay,
point
let me
is,
interject.
AP, listen. What I'm trying to say is the reason that you are able to spend the hours based on stats of working, if you have children and you are married, the reason is because the woman is more than likely taking care of the children, which allows you the time to be able to work. So my point is, for women, they are working, but then they have to come home to, I know people hate when I say this, like a second job, right, taking care of the family. So if the woman is spending most of the time with the children, then when it comes to a divorce, that's going to be one of the questions. Who primarily takes care of the kids' day-to-day activities, day-to-day things? And it's going to be the woman. And so in that regard, it makes a better decision, I guess, in terms of judgment wise, that the woman would end up getting custody because she's been involved and had, spent more time with the child. However, the secondary thing to that is not just that she may spend more time. The other thing is, like I said, the fathers they're simply not asking for custody. And 51% of the time, the decision is made out of court where they are agreeing that the mother get custody of the child. So it's not necessarily the court systems are against men. It's the setup, the dynamic that has been established prior to even getting to the court.
So I agree to some of what you said, Mistaken. I disagree a little bit with that last part, but I really want to say that we need to stop looking at the work that women do in a household as not a job.
Oh, it is.
right? It is, but we don't acknowledge it. We talk about the hours that men put into a job, which a lot of women are really grateful for. But when we talk about the hours that a woman puts in at work, she's not, once children are introduced, she's not actually able to put in those hours, right? I don't think it's a lack of willingness. I think the majority of the time is that there's nobody left to take care of the children, right? Because here's what happens in the corporate world. Who's taking, when you're a woman, oh, you work this much, you have this job title. Well, who's taking care of your children? Who's watching after them? Who's taking them to whatever practice in whatever sport? Who's taking them to the games? Men don't get asked those questions, right? There's a lot of shaming that happens very quietly, very subtly when you're a woman in the workforce and you have children. You're not afforded the same opportunities because people look at it in that world as a bad investment. You're expected to prioritize your family, so you get glossed over some of the extra stuff. You may not be asked to put in overtime because they're already aware that you're a mother. Whereas a man, they assume that you have a woman to take care of those responsibilities. So what else do you have to do other than to be available to put in the extra hours or put in the extra work, right? But when we stop looking at what women do as a job, we neglect the fact that it's 24 hours. We neglect the fact that if there's any emergency with the children, she's often the one who has to leave work and not the man, right? We stop looking at the fact that if those children are up sick, it's usually the woman that's up with them, even if she has to go to work the next day, right? I'm not saying that the sacrifices that men make to put in the hours that they do goes unrecognized, right? Or that it's not important, or that it's not valuable. I think the majority of women understand that that is important, one, in order to have the resources to raise the children in the way that we want, right? That everybody has agreed to. It's important because you're fulfilling your part of the bargain and being the provider and protector, right? But we can't discount what women do as well.
And so, and I'm glad I kind of
Go
want
ahead.
to go into, because
It's your
it's
show.
going to
Go
go
ahead.
into so it depends on what you're trying to say, AP. What?
It was a counterpoint, and Inaz and I probably would have went back and forth on counterpoints. It's all right. Go ahead.
Okay, so that goes into our next subject, and I'm glad Inaz kind of put it in. It's pretty much the respect of each. I think that what's happening is we aren't respecting each other's role in society.
Wait,
We
can
have
we do super chats real quick before we transition?
yeah, but I wanted to say this real fast.
Okay.
And we're going to go more into that. We're going to do super chats, but we're going to go more into that. It's a simple fact that men have no respect for the value that women bring to society and vice versa. You know, we're downplaying each other's role in society. And that's really what it's all about. And we're going to get into that in a second. And that's why we keep failing. But let's do the super chats real fast. Can you pull them up, Mistaken?
Yeah.
Underground Zone, $5. That's interesting. So, ladies, would y'all date a man y'all found attractive that did the same gender bedroom activities? Remember, don't judge his past, right?
Are you talking about if he had sex with a man?
If he was gay, what?
I don't think that's the same thing
It's not
at all, right?
No, it's not. No.
It's definitely the same
Listen
thing.
here. Listen, it's one thing to compete with
Definitely.
women. I ain't competing against men too. You can't. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, it's just the premise of the idea that
What she's
like,
saying is a judgment call that you're going to make a decision whether or not you deal with that person based on their past. So that I think that was what he was getting at. Yeah, and that's the thing. I agree. I know realistically in society that's what people do. We judge all the time. So I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but what I'm saying is now at that point, I think when a woman or man, whoever, when a woman finds the value in herself and not allowing someone outside of herself determine her value anymore, she is going to be different, and she should. And you shouldn't get mad that you no longer have access to somebody that you previously judged of being on a clearance rack, you know.
And the same goes true for this man. If he sleeps with a man, he may not think his value is lower.
Right.
That's up to him to think that. He may not think he's on a clearance rack. You can't make this man feel like he less than because he wanted two different, you know what I'm saying? That's not for us. That's on him. You know, he can still have high standards for himself. I don't know.
Sir Shy 87, $2. Happy Friday, a Chic critique panel family. Thank you.
Hey, Sir Shy.
Trigger Mike, $5. No, Shan, you're wrong. I'm not sure about what exactly because I just tuned in, but I'm sure you said something else.
Trigger Mike. It's not
Shan.
It's mistaken. She been quoting bad stats all night, but I was preoccupied to catch all of
Who, me? I've been
mistaken.
Oh,
nope,
okay.
Mistaken.
What?
Bad stats all night. I was hoping.
No,
did you find it? Did you look for it?
No, I ain't look for it. I just know they bad stats. Trigger Mike.
Big facts.
They bad stats.
It's always bad when it's not in your favor. Women do the same thing.
I know ain't nobody getting 50% because like every man I know, I must know the outliers because each story don't be half of it.
We both must know the outliers.
Wait, let me ask you this though. Are they asking for custody?
Hell yeah. One of them spent close to $100K trying to get custody twice, 2 different women, and did not get custody.
2 different women. Why?
Can I ask you what line of work?
Apparently, he got the bread.
What line of work was he in? Just out of curiosity.
He was an entrepreneur. The same person. He was an entrepreneur, so he made fairly decent money. Big.
And how much time?
He had a mansion.
How much time did it keep him out of the home?
Way his job was set up, he could do so. It was network marketing. So if you know about network marketing, it's not like a normal 9 to 5. They can make their own schedule. So he and he would have been a father like me. Like he that type of active person. So I don't think that. Yeah.
Well,
he not a father like you because you got married to your wife. Y'all ain't the same. Y'all not the same.
Hey, I gotta admit that's pretty fair.
Y'all not the same.
Y'all ain't the same, baby. Sorry.
That's pretty fair.
Good try.
He did get married.
Good point. But I mean,
no comeback to that.
I'm not gonna sit here and say that some people don't get the short end of the stick. We know that to be true. We know that. There's no argument about that. But I do think we overemphasize how badly the court systems are towards men when it comes to custody. I definitely think that. Now, I'm not saying that for some it doesn't impact them, but from what I see, like I said, in terms of what I was reading and then personal experience of seeing men who did want custody end up with the custody agreements that they wanted because they asked for it.
My thing is this. I don't think that joint custody is common. I do think custody is common. Like for a schedule, you're seeing your kid on a regular basis. Okay. I do think that is common. If you ask for it, I think they're just going to give you. I don't know any woman, unless it's a baby, who wouldn't give you that time because everybody needs a break.
That's what I was going to say.
So from my understanding, this is what would end up occurring. Like a custody arrangement would be designated, and then depending on how she felt. So if she seeing him I'm just speaking in general. So if a woman was to see a man posting his new relationship online and she get mad, now when she's supposed to switch off custody, the child's sick.
She's making it difficult. Yeah.
Because she has an attachment to the man. She still loves the man.
I've seen that, and that I think women need to be held accountable for that. I absolutely believe that she needs to be held accountable for that, but I think it's on a man to make sure that he holds her accountable by taking her to court, telling the court to say that she is not following agreement. But a lot of times men are not doing that. And is the argument, well, men shouldn't have to fight to see their kids. I agree with that too. But just like, you guys
like we agree that you shouldn't be having kids without getting married. I mean,
right. That if you find it important enough to be involved in your kid's life, there shouldn't be a rock that you left unturned to ensure that happens.
Go ahead.
That's like if only there was a solution that allowed for people with multiple families.
Mic check.
Oh my God, Marcus.
If multiple families to what?
We know the answer, Shan.
You said what?
We know the answer. It's always polygamy.
Oh, okay.
So I did want to say this, right? Because I think in order to have a balanced conversation, we also need to be fair to men. I think in those situations, women are more willing to play dirty, whereas the men are more willing to preserve the image of the mother, right? I think a lot of men don't go to the lengths that they could because it would make because it would make the mother of their children look bad, right? Documenting those things and then taking them to court. Yeah. But it does, like, we can't forget that there isn't a connotation of making her look like a bad mother by bringing that up to court, right? And I think as hard as some men can be, there's still that level of like that innate wanting to protect that still exists, even if the relationship doesn't exist anymore. That there's still the mother of their child or children. So I think in that sense, like there needs to be a way to balance out that conversation where men don't have to do that because it does go against their nature, and women can still be held accountable. I don't know what that looks like. I probably just have to sit with it to like flesh it out, but there has to be a way to kind of even it out a little bit more.
And to your point, I've heard stories where the women would accuse the man of doing the most heinous things to the kids in order to influence the custody agreement. Mm-hmm. Like there was a case where a man left a woman and then started dating another Asian woman or something, and he was about to leave her. And both women accused him of the same thing in order to win a custody battle. He ended up violently deleting both of those women, like on a live stream. It was like a live stream. I don't know if y'all ever seen it.
Well, I just
that
heard
was the reason behind that.
A woman.
Wait, hold on.
What?
He murdered them?
He murdered both of the women?
On live.
First of all, he's.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Let's keep this. I don't care how mad somebody. Listen, I don't care how mad a person makes you. The fact that you kill people reiterates the fact that you
probably shouldn't have had custody.
So look.
So mad that you killed.
Look, so the first mom accused him of touching his kids, and he felt that so he was really blown by that. And then he got with the second lady, and she knew how he was going through it based off that, and she used that exact same tactic on him. So he snapped at that point.
Yeah, he did.
Well, I just saw too, and this was just recent, that a father won custody he was fighting for custody for his kid, ended up winning the custody, and the mom killed the kid and herself. Because
that's the one in London?
And that the one where he was going to pick him up that day?
Yeah. She killed both of them, so he couldn't have custody. So people are crazy. Like when it comes to the kids. But I do agree with Anaz that a lot of times, and it's not even about trying to protect the mother's reputation of being a bad mom. They don't want the mom. They don't want the kids, to see their mom in that light. And I don't know if that's who Anaz was referring to, because I perceived of what she was saying or understood what she was saying to other people, like outside, like people looking. But for me, it's more so I see that happening because they want to protect the mom's image for the kids'
But
sake.
so
But
I think that the kids are a part of it, right? But I think men have a little bit more foresight than women do. So it's not just the kids, right? Because adults talk around kids and they don't realize how much kids really actually pick up, right? So that means protecting her image around the other adults that have access to those children as well, right? So in order for your kids to preserve the image of their mom, everybody around their mom has to also agree about the image. Because if like the aunties or like they catch a conversation with a lawyer or whatever, like kids will pick up anything everywhere. That in order to keep that safe, it's just better to just not say anything at all, right?
Well, I'll add one more thing to
And
this.
one more thing, and then we're gonna go to the next, and then we can probably bring it back because all these scenes kind of tie together. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think that for a long time it was a default setting that the child went to the mother for what Mistaken said. The courts are designed to keep consistency. If you consistently did this and this was the environment that was created, they're going to try to keep that going. So that's what it's designed to do. What guys are running up against is that people are trying to change those tendencies that the courts had to drop the kid off with the woman by default. However, it's been a very long, hard process to change those natural propensities that people have, because even in daycares, you more than likely would want your kid with women more so than men. But we also understand that men are very important in providing certain structures and certain disciplines for the
Very important.
effectiveness and the productivity of your kid, right? So we have natural proclivities to understand that when your child is with a woman, you feel like she's going to be okay. And now they're actually trying to change these things because of they're looking at the behaviors of both parents and thinking, all right, based upon this scenario, what's better for the kid? But it's still naturally hard to fight our consistent wiring of knowing and trusting women with children,
to be
because
the
think about
better,
it,
yeah.
them children come from you, and then your body naturally creates a feeding system for this thing that came out of you. So it only makes sense if you have an infant child that they would be with the mother, because like we all know, men typically would have to go out to provide for that said woman who's vulnerable at this present point in time. So it's just natural situations that keep happening. But now we don't think naturally all the time. We think about, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And I think that's what causes a lot of friction, because it's no longer cut and dry anymore because we have the freedom to do what we want.
Um, let's. Did anybody else want to quickly? Because I want to go to the next video, to this little video, to get into the topic.
Go ahead.
Okay.
When you're favored by God, you're also favored by the devil. He's coming for you too. So you just gotta be strong and stay on the right side. Whose side you gonna go on? He's gonna give you power too. He's gonna get in your head too, but it's whose side you gonna stay with. You stay with who brought you here. You go home with the guy that brought you to the dance. You know? You have to be disciplined. Discipline is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. Just remember, God loves you, so does he. He's after you too. It's a war.
So I know this is Mike Tyson, and you know you got to get past the voice. But I like, you know, I really like what he had to say right there. I think that so first of all, let me, before I say anything, what are your thoughts on the video?
Oh, thanks,
It's
Shane.
profound. That's profound. Profound
Um,
video.
I would
Anybody?
say that the best thing about this video is, even though you are judging what's being said based upon the person who's saying it, you still hear the statement and understand the validity of it. Because there used to be an old saying in churches that, well, I'm not necessarily old, but there used to be this thing, it's like new levels, new devils, right? And as you continue to pull and walk your journey out for whatever deity or God that you believe in, you tend to see that as you continue to ascend in this spiritual realm, you find these other issues that continue to try to pull you away from those things that you're trying to do, right? And I think what he's saying is pretty valid in spite of what you think of him as a person or what you think his actual
Well,
beliefs are.
we don't have to say, just keep the fact that it's Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? We're just strictly on what he's saying.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I think what he's saying is facts to a degree, because I do believe the enemy or Satan or whatever you believe, the people that don't want you to succeed will give you stuff to take you away from the things that you want to do. So I think what he's saying is very valid.
So
I like what he said about. Go ahead.
Yeah, but which God? Shoot.
I like what he said about discipline.
That's what I was going to say. That's the key.
Discipline being sometimes you got to do the thing that you don't want to do. That's truly part of it. Like when he said it, I was like, "Yo, I have never heard it that way," but I 150% agree with what he said, and that goes into a lot of these conversations in which I'm sure we're going to deep dive into it here in a moment. That we hear in these spaces, like, yo, that was dope. That was really dope.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with him too. I think that a truer testament to that could be like when you working on a craft, because I'm assuming it was it was Mike Tyson. Who else was on there with him? It was another.
Yeah, it was. I guess he was a podcast. I don't know who he is, but go ahead.
I couldn't see who the other person was. I believe he was an athlete though, if I'm not mistaken. But that just speaks to, yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Who's on first? Yeah,
He said, if I'm not mistaken, you're not.
I couldn't tell. Was it Steven Jackson?
It might have been, right? So
is it really important?
Oh, so my point behind that was this. Look, when you hone a craft, you almost have to be like religious with doing that thing that you do. And the days when you don't want to do it is the days that you have to do it the most. It's like you commit yourself to knowing what is necessary. And the further up you get, the challenges that come to you are access, right? Because now you have access to everything you never had access to, and a desire to want those things too. And to find the discipline to stay focused on the thing you want, the end goal, and not be distracted by some of the side missions, it's a very, very it's a hard feat to accomplish, because if you don't truly love what you're doing, like he was saying, you got to do the thing you love, like you got to do the thing you hate like you love it. If you don't, it's so easy to get dragged off into the opposite direction and then use those things to occupy your time, which will in turn send you down. But he was saying you got to stick with the person that brought you to the dance, meaning whatever your original passion was, original desire, that's the thing you need to make sure you focus on and hone out everything else. I think that could be done with. So like sometimes I don't have that much to offer in the conversation when we talk about child support, or when we talk about breakups, because I really only know how to make this shit work. That's the only way my mind, like my plan A and plan B is the same plan. You know what I'm saying? Let's just make this shit work, right? So when you get into that stage, I feel like you stay with the person that you brought to the dance, right? Y'all started this together to have these kids, or you started this family. Ideally, you did it responsibly, and it wasn't a one-night stand term pregnancy. But stay with that person. You figured out a way when you didn't have kids to make that shit work for y'all to continue to have sex. Now you have a way more important piece of your life that's right there, right? So all the concessions you made to get some sex, you can make them same type of concessions to make that relationship work, or put the work in required to get the type of relationship you want in order to move forward. But I think people pick and choose what's the most important thing to them, and then don't really realize that they decisions are shown through the act that they did. They may not have valued the kid, they may not have valued the family,
Right.
put up a facade like they did care about those things, when in reality the actions that you did not support that claim.
Marcus, can I ask you one quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's something that you said that was very poignant and what made me think about it. So you said that is in terms of, for I guess you're speaking from the side of a man, to make their situation work, to put in that work, right? My question to you is, and you don't have to answer because it's kind of personal, but it's general. In the time that you and your wife were together, would you say that she's changed from when you first met her?
I think she's changed in the sense that I've changed because she's grown with me to like mold into whatever the person I am at that time needs. So, and I think like in general, or for anybody else, like when you put the work in a relationship and lay a strong foundation, then you all mesh well together. And through that meshing, you get to know each other and grow. As long as you determine to try and make it work. Because somebody told me this a long time ago. No two people are together that don't have a reason not to be together. Your reason to be together just got to be stronger than your reason not to be together. And I don't think it's a better reason than kids, honestly.
Yeah, the reason I asked you that is because I think that that's part of the issue, not just with men, but with women too, is the expectation that they're not going to change. Or sometimes they change and they're like, I don't like this new version of you, or I want the old version, which in life, people change. But point being is that from what you were saying is that even though those changes were made, you guys understood that you had a greater purpose and you made the adjustments in order to stay together. And I think in general that's probably why there's so many divorces. And especially I would say even on like how people always say women are the ones that initiate the divorce is that part of it is not seeing what there is to find what the goal to hold on to keep you married. So I was just curious to, that was kind of off, but go ahead. Thank you for answering that.
Definitely off, but go ahead.
Sorry. My mind just be going sometimes, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Did you have
yeah, so I want to jump in on the video. I don't know if y'all have read the book Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. So he talks about how the devil will keep you in your comfort zone in order for you to just kind of loop, right? So that point of elevation requires a certain level of like discomfort, of independent thought, of challenging what you believe is possible, right? And so in the book, the way that it's explained is like, in order for you to reach that level, you really not only have to fight your inner demons, but you also, I think Mistaken touched on it earlier, you gotta also like understand that people around you are going to also suck you into staying in your comfort zone by continuing to see you as the version of yourself that you have been, right? And so part of it is psychological, part of it is spiritual, and part of it is like habit, right? The people who attain the highest levels of success, no matter how it is that you define it, whether it's religious practice, whether it's honing a craft, whether it's making their mark in society, you have to be so focused on that thing and not allow anything or anyone to distract you from it in all aspects of life, right? Something as simple as like eating properly, limiting your time watching television, surrounding yourself by people who have a growth mindset, right? Like there's so much that goes into it that I think to a lot of people, it's just too much work. It's too much work to get to that place. And I think that's why a lot of people don't ever attain the success that they desire, because they're not willing to put in that work and make the sacrifices to cut out everything that would become a distraction, right? And I think that's what he was talking about, when God chooses you and calls you to a path, the devil goes just as hard, because the level of work you have to put in to fulfill your commitment to what God has set you on requires everything you've got, like everything. And I think a lot of people just aren't willing to do it because it's you'd rather be comfortable.
And remember last week, I think it was last week when I was talking about discipline, and we were talking, and I had brought up the point about what was the purpose of fasting. And that's what it goes to. That's why fasting is very hard, is because we are trying to discipline our flesh. We're trying to go against the very nature of things that we want. And a lot of people don't do that because they don't want to be uncomfortable. But if you do, a person that has discipline, like you said, are going to be very successful. And that's not necessarily success measured by money or anything. I mean, just success in life in general, success towards reaching purpose, success towards finding purpose, success towards family building, all of those things, because you're going to pour in to the things that you want. And somebody I know who was a CPA, she has said, so she audits, she was saying, show me your statement and I can show you what you value. And I think a lot of times what we think that we value doesn't necessarily match up with our actions. And I can admit that I'm guilty of that. Because I remember when I had said before how when I caught COVID, it was just a thing that just shifted in my mind in terms of thinking that I might die, and then just playing things over in my life and looked at, man, I should have spent more time with my children. I should have spent more time doing this with my husband. I should have. So all of the things prior to that I was doing, like work and going to school, trying to climb the ladder, those things were important. And in my mind, I was doing it for my family. Like the more money I made, the more things that we get to do. We get to go on vacations. We get to do this. We get to buy that. But at the end of the day, what it was that those vacations substituted just quality time that I needed to spend with my kids. But I wanted it wrapped up in a nice little bow, as opposed to just being there. And I think that's what happens most of the time in relationships. We take for granted, like men, they may work so they can make all this money and then say, this is what I did for my family, and society rewards him for that. But at the end of the day, they're missing out on the biggest reward, which is their family. So definitely.
I think you're so right with that balance sheet thing, because so people would be like, oh, I don't have to, like, I work all day, I don't have time to be with my family, right? I'm only here to provide finances. And if you go through the balance sheet, you got a car note payment of $890 a month. You got a house that you never in, that's $3,200 a month. Then you got food and maybe restaurant and all those things. They prioritize a standard of life over a standard of family. And when you do that, your family is going to suffer. Mm-hmm. Like, eventually having kids, they're going to get to a point where they're more Excuse me. But when you have the ability to be there, or you can downgrade, like, I know we so materialistic and so focused on us impressing the next person. We probably should think more about impressing the people that we immediately are in charge of, or immediately are responsible for, or immediately love. And then I think maybe life results would be a whole lot better. Because right now, valuing all this material stuff at the expense of actual family and to be an individual, it's been failing us. And we got more depressed, these people, like, people be sounding extremely angry when I hear them speak. And these are people who would claim to be successful, would claim to be doing things the way they want. And then I'm listening to them, and I got to stop. I try and hack my brain, right? So even if it's something extremely negative, I could find a way to contort my perception to make it be a positive for me. So even in a loss, I'll gain something as a win, because I learned something that was valuable that I didn't know, because I wouldn't have been in that situation if I hadn't. But it seems like most people is just stuck into whatever the negative thing that's gripping them or around them, and then just continually doubling down on that, be it materialistic things, be it saying you don't have enough time, whatever it is. But back to your balance sheet thing, they have no way of really looking at their life and being able to take introspection, like you said, and see what they actually value. And a lot of times it's not what they would say out loud that they value.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because somebody, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say, about the Mike Tyson video. Mike Tyson, right, like in the universal sense, but I would question which God, because, you got the Muslims, what I'm saying, they worship things in the sky. That's them worshiping the creation. Then you got the let me see, what was the other one?
Christians.
Not the Christian. It was
What's
another
the
one.
point in all this? I was
right.
Yeah, the point of all this, what I'm saying, the only thing that makes sense is the creator controlling the creation, not worshiping the star Diana, whatever, like Muslims do. And there was another
Okay,
ritual.
okay. So if
Wait,
No,
what?
no Muslim slander,
Let me-
sir.
okay.
Like the Nile where the woman supposed to created the man in the Nile, like the African deities, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's still, but still a woman want a man to lead. And so that's still like, the creator, worshiping the creation. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that really makes sense is Christianity, where the creator is controlling everything.
Well,
Let
listen,
me say
I
this.
don't think God has any. I don't want to say God has anything to do with it because Mike Tyson did say that, and actually he is Muslim. But the point I think that you're missing is it had nothing to do with the religion aspect. It was more so a metaphor about disciplining yourself. So at the end of the day, what he's saying, it begins and ends with you. And so it does, at that point, it doesn't matter which God you choose to worship. At the end of the day, the work is going to be on you.
Let me just say this. Not even the work that's going to be on you. It's noise. Somebody said in the chat, it's noise. There's always going to be a distraction. If you're on purpose, there's always going to be a distraction. And what it feels like is when you're trying to go for something that's good and it's going strong, it's almost like a temptation that comes and tries to knock you off track. And we fall for that temptation every single time. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if as much conversation as we talk about getting in the draws, as much conversation as we talk about on all these dates and how one side is manipulating the other one. If we put that into ourselves, how great we would be. If we could just take away all this noise of trying to outdo the other one and just try to work together. Imagine how great we could be. A lot of people are not successful in their own right because of noise. It is somebody who walked in their life, tempted them, and knocked them off track. Think about all the people in jail because of noise. Think about all the baby mamas out here, baby daddies out here because of noise. Temptation. We fall for it every freaking time, and we allow it to lead our lives.
It comes from television. You know what I'm saying? You get rid of television.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. It's your desire, it's your temptation. You have to be stronger than that. You have to be disciplined. So many families are broken up because some chick that came in and messed your whole family up.
I mean,
it's outside noise, and we gotta be better than that because we are the most affected by it. Some people can deal with noise and try to fit it in their life, and it'll work for them. We bring in noise and we get distracted by the noise, and all of a sudden it's a concert. Like it's all about.
Yeah, it's only so many rich guys and women
here. And when I say the noise, the temptation is up here on this pedestal. And all we could talk about is how we can get more of the noise, more of the temptation. Meanwhile, your family over here, your kids don't got a daddy. You don't got no money. You can barely pay your rent. You the lowest on the totem pole. Like, what are we doing here?
It was something that Marcus said that stuck up, that he was saying that he hear like a lot of times that in these spaces that, people are arguing about certain things as opposed to looking for the positive aspect because you learn from it. But I think what that really is easy to be angry at someone or something outside of yourself, because then that means you would have to take responsibility to change. You would have to take responsibility to fix it. So me blaming it on the court system, why I can't see my kid, or me blaming it on the fact that, he doesn't, do the things for me that he used to, so I'm unhappy. It goes both ways. That we have a tendency to look at ourselves as being good, right? That we don't really want to look at the things that we have to change. So we look outside of ourselves to basically support the reason why things are not going right in our lives, as opposed to looking at it from a perspective of what do I need to do to change the situation.
I'm gonna go right, and then you can grab right after me. So look, I always talk about internal and external struggles, right? When we try and solve our internal strife and problems with external solutions, and that's never going to work, because it's only a band-aid at best, and it's going to always force you back into a position where you have to go back to whatever that source was to reapply the band-aid. If you solve for the issues that you have internally through whatever means of work that requires, it may be religion, it may be psychology, or you know what I'm saying, therapy, whatever that is. Once you solve for that, then you can fix all the external problems. A lot of times these men be like, oh, I say everything a man problem, I'm a simp. No, what I'm saying is you, sir, are ultimately in charge of the destiny of your life. And you can pick and choose how that goes. And if you refuse to do that, refuse to manipulate reality, you will be stuck with the results of not doing that. And then in a state of complaining. You don't have to. You see an issue, you dissect it, you find a solution, and you move forward. There's nothing more masculine than that.
That was sexy, Marcus.
Very.
I ain't gonna say that.
Marcus. That was sexy, Marcus.
That was sexy, Marcus.
My
Very, very. So I wanted to add to that, right? Because I think Mistaken talked about like some of the vitriol that comes from these conversations. I think part of it is like to remove blame from self. I think the other part of it is like kind of talking to what I was saying earlier about that comfort zone. I think a lot of people are it's terrible. I think a lot of people have a lot of misplaced passion when people burst the bubble of their comfort zone, right? They operate in like, these are the things, this is how I see the world, right? And when somebody comes along and, you know, challenges it, I think a lot of people are so comfortable in what they're doing, they don't know why, they don't know how they got there, because there hasn't been this level of accountability, right? And when somebody comes along and challenges it and you can't defend it, then it comes out with so much rage, right? When you pull somebody out of their comfort zone, that's a very different dynamic than somebody choosing to come out of their comfort zone. They're ready to engage in conversations that might be a little bit uncomfortable. And I think that to do that publicly is a little weird sometimes, right? Because like everybody gets to kind of witness this vitriol. But I think it does also at the same time for people who are ready, open up some dialogue you may not have been able to have either within your immediate circle or on your own.
Anybody else want to? Because we have one more video. Did anybody else want to contribute to that, though?
Well, can I talk about something real quick?
Oh, Lord. Is it on subject on that?
It's kind of on subject. Just a little bit.
He said kind of.
Just a little bit.
Now, Harrison, don't be having one of them little hour-long stories you be giving us now. Don't know you like reading.
Okay. All right. Listen. So I think it's very interesting that when we make lists, we may number certain things as important, but I was talking to a person and they had a list. I told them, make me the top 6 things that is the most important to you. Of course, people put God as number 1, and then they got these other items, right? But I thought what was interesting that at the bottom of their list was they had a lot of subsection categories of the different stuff at the bottom. What was interesting to me is that even though the thing that was at the top of their list didn't have those same different subsection of categories versus the bottom of the list. And I was like, okay, well, you're telling me based upon the number that this thing is more important. But I also thought it was actually not as accurate as what they said, because they didn't go into detail towards the bottom. And oftentimes when you become disciplined and you see the different things that make people successful, it's the details that you pay attention to that separates you from the people who get run-of-the-mill results versus people that get really good results. And I just think it's very interesting that you guys bring up even looking at lists, looking at financial statements, looking at goals, looking at projections, like if you can able to really look at the details that is being presented in these lists, I think more people will have a stronger level of success and not just money, but in actually able to discern what real problems are. Because oftentimes when we having these conversations, we have a whole bunch of information, but we can't really pick out some of the real issues because we don't really understand what's the true like underlining issue in the details, because we're not able to see all the things from everybody's perspective because we have a very limited perspective versus based upon our experience.
Can
I'm done.
I was going to say, let me just point this out. Nobody, this isn't a super chat, but this stuck out to me because this reflects exactly what Marcus was talking about, the way of thinking. So Erica says Marcus has yet to experience these wolves. Once he meets one, he's gonna feel that heat on that heat on how they sink their teeth into every part of his life. He just don't know. But I think that speaks to the very point of what he was getting at. He doesn't know because he's made a conscious choice to not know. Right? His focus was not about playing like I'm quite sure, like most guys. Well, he spoke on it that he had his time to play around, and play he did. So it wasn't a matter of him not having the experience and not knowing what's out there. It got to a point where he made the conscious choice to say, all right, I'm done. And now this is what I choose for my life. And so he chose. So I think a lot of times when we are in these loops about talking about there are no good men, there are no good women, it's because we are keeping ourselves in the same circle saying that we want different. We're still seeing things the same way and attracting that same energy, but we say we want different. But we're not removing ourselves from certain environments. We're not, putting different thoughts, being like listening to different things like on the radio or reading books. We're not making those adjustments to change our mindset so we can change the way we see things, so then we can envision ourselves and put ourselves in situations to receive what it is that we want. We're just so stuck on how things are not working, but not looking for the ways to make things work for the way that we want.
Guess
Hey,
what?
Marcus, have you been bit by a woman?
You keep entertaining hoes. Guess what? He's gonna keep on bringing you some hoes.
So let me just say this to Marcus and Mistaken's point. I believe you're right.
Now. David, mute up.
Okay.
Damn, what did I do? Nigga, I got that. But
Mike, I know that was you putting that Marcus in the comments.
What? That was definitely me.
Yeah, that was you.
Somebody was gonna do it. I figured I'd be the first one. All right.
Go ahead.
So no, but to Marcus and a Mistaken's point, I believe. Can I get it out? Can I get my part out first, and then we'll debate who's the bigger simp here. All right. So to their point, I think that's what a majority of people are going through. They're literally looking for gold in a pile of shit, right? So, but I think there's a growing minority of people who are doing it the right way. And the only reason I want to bring this up is because there is a lot of dishonor involved in our society, to where people pretend to go into relationships and pretend to get into commitments in earnest. And then because nobody's holding them to the honor code that people are supposed to have in committed relationships, they're changing their mind, right? So there's a growing number of men who are good men, because I ask all the time on my panels, like, do women leave good men? And some women got to think about it like, yeah, they do. So it's not just a man doing what he's supposed to do and he won't get left. Women are dishonoring their agreements. Some men are dishonoring their agreements. And that's not the majority. I think that's a growing minority.
I think it's the majority, Mike.
But I think it's a growing minority of people who are now just saying, well, nobody's going to come after me if I just decide to leave my good husband for this nigga that they've been banging me out at work. Like, you see what I'm saying? So some people are deciding to make those bad decisions. So I think there's something to be said about that too.
All right, so Mike, about you being a simp, let's discuss it.
Let's do it.
Let's discuss it. Do you have a gang of negative experiences with women?
I do.
Really? Are you currently having a negative experience with women?
No, not currently. Past experiences, yes.
So you've been married for a long time, right?
5 years, not long.
So how fresh is the anger that you could have towards these women?
How fresh?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? My anger is pretty fresh. I've been recently red pilled. So, y'all didn't hear about me before last year. But what it is that when you look at yourself as trying to do the right thing and be a pillar for your community, and then you realize how hard and the representation, that's really what it is. I do not like the representation brought on by the behaviors of men and women in the community right now. And they're doing it with such a reckless fashion that they don't even care if the children see. That's where my rage comes from.
So do you think it's more beneficial for you to harp on the negative things that the men who are currently dissatisfied with women are harping on, or to speak to the positives that you have going on within your life and what could potentially be achieved if they follow the results that you have?
You know what? Maybe that's a good question. I think mine is the breakdown to build up method, because, and I think that's the African method. There's no way that you get somebody to change without acknowledgement. Right. It's funny that, when we get on my panels, you've seen my panels before. The second we start talking about the mistakes of men, everybody's all ears. Everybody wants to pitch in and say their 2 cents. The second we start talking about mistakes of women, oh, this is negative. Let's just move on. So the reason why we are still on the topic of women and their behavior is because we can't get acknowledgement. And the only reason I want acknowledgement is because when I'm looking at it as like I said, a leader in the community, I'm saying we need to set an example. I was wrong. Ask me as a man what I have done wrong in my life, and you will get an answer, detail on what I've done wrong and how I've contributed to the negative stereotypes and all that the Black community currently suffers from. We can't get that answer we can't get a contrite answer from our sisters. Therefore, the children and the women that come behind them won't learn. So that's where I'm at. I'm stuck.
So the point that you stuck on, I would offer that it's simping for the men who usually call people simps.
I'm simping for men? Oh, that's a you put a dagger.
Oh my goodness. Man, I know that's right. I know that's right.
I would argue.
24 hours of beef, bro. I need time to heal from that one. That was a dagger.
I would argue that your experience, right, in its current state is an ideal situation, right? And being as such, you should not be a quiet outlier when men are discussing all the bullshit of the women that they see. You should be jumping in like, okay, bro, I feel you and I get that experience. I'm not saying that didn't happen. This is what I did to get these results, instead of jumping on the back with them and be like, these women ain't shit.
Okay, serious question.
He just wants you to be solution based.
Hold on. No. Y'all just want me to be solution based because y'all don't like hearing about your own goddamn behavior.
I don't listen to you. So I don't know.
There's no reason a gender war general is married.
But Marcus, serious question.
It makes no sense.
Can I do both? Is it possible that I can do both?
That's like me going to Angola to fight against a Warren tribe over there. I ain't got no business fighting with them people. Life is good where I'm at. If I got to fight, I need to fight the education system for my kids. Like it baffles me. That's why I call this simping. Now, why do you call what I be doing simping?
I think the classic definition of what you're doing is simple.
How?
Classic needs no introduction.
Let's break it down.
I think he wants examples.
Yeah, because
needs no introduction. So here's why you're simping, Marcus. Okay. You do not take into account the real life experiences of men who cannot get the outcomes you get outright. I told your ass last week, don't nobody want to hear it ain't that hard from a 6'8" dude who got women falling his goddamn feet. You're not taking into account the issues of real average men. In fact, what you're doing is actually pretty dismissive to the problems they're actually going through. If we took time to listen, that's why I said most of the time you can play both sides. But on this particular end, you're saying that if men just control their environment, the women would acquiesce. But I'm telling you, practice.
Do you
makes
disagree
habit.
with that? Do you disagree
No,
with that?
I now disagree with it. Here's why. Can I explain?
Mhm.
Practice makes habit, Marcus. These
Mhm.
ladies have been practicing being uncooperative. They've been practicing being unsubmissive. They've been practicing being independent. They will not turn all of that around for a man that is worthy of getting that commitment and cooperation because they've been practicing the opposite too long. That is what men are experiencing today. And I think
Would they turn it
you're
around for
very
you?
dismissive of that.
Would they turn
But
it around for you?
he just spoke to something that stuck in my head, is that when I had said earlier that a lot of time we blame things outside of ourselves, and that way we take the ownership off of ourselves by putting it on others. What Marcus is saying is, as a man, you control your own environment. So it doesn't matter what the women are doing, because you're going to end up attracting a woman that's going to follow your program based on how you're already moving, based on the environment that you've already created. So when we're in these spaces and we hear a lot of men talking about women are practicing, like what you're saying, being independent, women are practicing this and that. Well, the same goes for them. They're creating an environment in which they have to sit in. So they're going to sit in situations where they're not going to end up getting married to somebody like a Marcus or like you, because your environment is not going to be set up for that to be productive. So they ultimately are controlling their environment as well. Mm-hmm. So putting it on women is saying women need to acquiesce, women need to change, women. And I'm not disagreeing with you. Women do need to make changes. They absolutely do. I'm not taking ownership off of them. But what I'm saying is, as a man complaining about women, you're the one that needs to change your environment, your thought process, and then you attract the women that are going to fall in line with that program that you've already created. So it's not because Marcus is 6'8", or what have you. That's a luxury. That's a plus. But you have regular men who move the same way that he does, who've created the same environment in the same space that he has, and yielding the same results. So it has nothing to do with that. That's just a plus. I'm sorry. It is. It's on us. We have control. I remember my husband told me the problem is, I ain't going to say just with Christians, but he said Christians, is the fact that we don't look at the God in ourselves. We are always looking at God outside of ourselves, praying to someone outside of ourselves, as opposed to looking to the God that's within and making the necessary adjustments and changes for the environment that we create. And it's true.
So I said this last week, as a matter of fact.
Let me just ask you one more question. Do you get 90% of the end desired results that you want?
I do, yes.
How do you achieve that?
I'm an extremely competent male who has had an excellent upbringing.
So how did I achieve it? Well, I take myself out.
No, you're 6'8".
No, I take myself out because I knew you was going to say.
I told you how you achieve it.
The point I was trying to make is there are men who are 5'10", right? Work at the airport, who have the same general outlook I'm saying, and are able to, with a woman that is equally yoked, right? And I'm not talking about, I'm saying that woman that is dateable at his whatever level that is, right? People have, where you are. I don't know you, you don't know me, but you know what level you are. You 1,000 can reproduce anything I'm saying at that level and be living your best life. Like 90% of the people I see at the zoo that actually have families that be there together. Like 90% of the people that be at them weddings you be going to. Like 90% of the Jack and Jill people you be around that are not 6'6" and have all these extra.
You know what? Remember I told you that the one thing those other people have in common, or all of us rather, is that we are accountable to something other than that companion. You're either accountable to a religion, to a community, and you are at risk of losing all of that if you cross that person. That is not actually what other people are having. There's nobody holding, and especially in the Black community, there's nobody holding you accountable. You can leave. Nobody shall say anything. You still be in the same friend groups. I need it to be to where a man who is done right picks a woman, especially like most men, let's just get it real. They love black women. So he picks a black woman who's also educated, and they go through the rough times that all marriages are destined to go through. And she doesn't think about leaving. She says, I am accountable. I'm going to stay tied down to this to see it through because I don't want to lose all that comes with it. I don't want our children to go without a father. I don't want a custody battle. I don't want to be ostracized out of the church. I don't want to be ostracized out of the community. They don't have those accountability partners.
So what?
You know,
Hold on. Let me just say this last thing to him.
I actually agree with that.
What you have just said coincides with every last thing I said, because you chose to put the external situation that created an internal locus of control that made him accountable. I am saying take the power from the external, internally create a locus that holds yourself accountable, which vis-a-vis everything is your fault, and then fix every little problem within your life, and you don't even need the rest of those things. I'm cutting right to the solution.
Do you think that we can, that one man can create that for himself to govern his household in this society?
Absolutely. Without question.
6'8", yeah, sure you
I'm off mute.
Yeah.
David, mute yourself. Thank you.
I muted him. I don't know why he keeps coming off mute. I muted him.
I think this conversation is really good, but I think that oftentimes we always have this issue of selection bias. Like, because you doing everything the right way does not guarantee you the outcome. There's many women that have fixed their issues, that have been religious, not been religious, followed the social cues, followed the education. They done everything in the right way, and they're still getting terrible results. The simple fact of the matter is there is stuff that exists outside of you that even if you do the right thing, that doesn't guarantee you the good result. One thing that I think men should get more grace for is that just because you're a great leader, it doesn't guarantee you great outcomes. Because if you have to choose between two bad situations, the simple fact of the matter is both situations are going to suck. But you have to be a man that's strong enough to make those decisions. So I think that when we look at these situations, I think it's fair for you to understand the issues of a person and also acknowledge that you don't have those same situations, and not think that this person is just complaining for complaining's sake when he has a legitimate issue. Anytime that these brothers are bringing up their issues, and the only reason why this space was even weird or intriguing or entertaining to me is because it wasn't my experience. But when I went to this website, they were saying this. When I went to this website, they were saying this. In this city, they were saying this. In this city, I think you can't call yourself a reasonable person if you can't sit here and say that though this is not my experience, I understand that this might be a lot bigger than me, and understand that there are very real gripes that men and women have against the opposite sex, and that you can literally make an argument and realize that, listen, you can mitigate the risk, but you can't eliminate it.
Let me just say this. So I'm not. So again,
hold on. Let Anas go after you finish, Marcus. No,
so,
after
anybody's way that they experience life, right? It's legit. I'm not saying you did not experience that. Your feelings are valid, right? I'm not trying to negate that anybody has had the feelings they have. I am saying, however, that I work with men. I'm thinking of two in particular who previously had 90% of the issues that the men in the space are talking about, adopted the mentality that I'm talking about. And now when we talk on the phone, everything is going the way they wanted it, because it's how you structure things. This is a A, B, C, D, E, F, G type of thing, right? You meet her, you clear on your expectations. She doesn't meet them, boop, you start back at A. You meet her, you're clear on your expectations. She meets them, then she kind of fumbles around month 6. You start back at A. Then you get A, B, C, D, E, F, and then it's just repetition. But what tends to happen is men will concede things and make exception for them, and only be really honest with themselves, and then outwardly be like, that's not what. That it's just all these bad women out here. She gave you hella signs, but the fact was she was an 8, right? She had a fat ass, and you made exception for that fat ass, and you kept making the exception. So you like, damn, I don't. I
They
know
do
I
be
shouldn't
making
be doing
exceptions
it.
for the
He
ass
asked me
though.
for $300. I only got $200, but that ass fat. I'll borrow 100 so I can keep fucking. And then you get in a relationship with her, trying to
Borrow
maintain
100.
that
Where
fat
these
ass.
niggas at?
I'm just saying, people do all of this bullshit, knowing, because they talk about people saying, I ain't never simped a day in my life, honestly. I know exactly what simping is, and y'all definition be all the way off. So when you do shit like that, that's actually simping. When you going and putting yourself completely behind the 8 ball to impress or court a woman that is not fucking attracted to you. It's just not sometimes. So I'm not negating the fact that men have those issues. Women not gonna be, it's women that's not attracted to me, it's women that's not gonna be attracted to the other man. What I am saying is, in my purview, the women that I actually would get, I'm gonna choose the one that really want me, because respect is how she would show love. And women that don't want you won't show you love in the way that you need it to be shown. That is what I'm saying.
Well, Marcus, I agree with you 100%. I think men
Nas
act.
was next. Harrison,
Okay.
let her go ahead and go.
No, I can go after him. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Harrison.
Well, I agree with you 100%. Men need to make the adjustments to help improve the chances of a better outcome. You need to understand what's attractive. You need to understand what your skills and weaknesses are, and you need to make the adjustments. I agree. You should be able to assess a problem and make the adjustments. I agree. I think where oftentimes it seems a little callous, or it makes people put off, it seems like all you think of or all they hear you saying is, well, you just need to be better.
You
Being
do.
better doesn't necessarily increase your, that doesn't necessarily give you the outcome. It can increase your outcome, but it doesn't guarantee it. And to sit here and just hear these brothers telling their real issues, and all they're telling you is just be better.
I don't think he's saying be better. I think he's saying do better.
Yeah,
And I think
which
there's a
means that you
Still,
have to
still
be
doesn't
better in order
guarantee the
to do
outcome.
better.
But I see what Harrison is saying, because there are just some people, they can do, they can try to increase their value, but they're still just not gonna be that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what he does, he can try to be the nicest guy.
But
be
they
great,
are to somebody. The problem is that he's
they don't want
probably
that
not looking
somebody.
exactly.
So
But that's on both
there's
sides, like
there's
you've been
that
saying all
aspect of
day.
it.
Nah, I
So
If
there's
you
that
cut that
aspect.
if you cut that television out, shoot, that you might start liking that dude. I mean,
go
cause
ahead, Enoch.
No,
Go
no,
ahead,
no,
Nas.
no, 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 no.
Go
So
ahead, Nas.
so there's that aspect of it, of like somebody reaching like their ceiling, right? The other aspect of it is that people don't want to see their own flaws, and they want to believe that they're good people and that they're the right people and that they've done everything that they need to. That's honestly not realistic, right? There's always another aspect to you, right? It's the red car syndrome, the yellow car syndrome. Sometimes your focus is off. When you buy a red car, I don't know if everybody knows what it is. When you buy a red car, all of a sudden you start to notice all of the red cars on the road, right? And I think that's where voices like Marcus and when Trigger Mike's not being the gender war general are really important. Is like you provide that focal point for men to focus on, right? There are so many examples of what's not working. This space is littered with them. There's so many of them, and it just allows for people, even if they're trying to focus on the red car, it's just yellow car after yellow car after yellow car. We need more red cars out there for people to be able to focus on in order to shift their reality, right? Nice guys are not always nice. Good women are not always good women, right? There's your self-perception does not determine your outcome. How society sees you is really what determines your outcome. Your ability to be delusional in a world that tells you how to look is what determines your outcome, right? And it's frustrating because that's why it seems like all of these quote unquote bad people win. They're so focused on their goal that they're not letting anything distract them from it. But the good people will sit there and like very like passively allow opportunities to fly them by, whether it's opportunities for growth or opportunities for their person, right? You let people, because I'm a good person and I deserve it. No, you also have to go after it. I don't know any religion that exempts any person from doing the work in order to receive blessings. You got to put in the work. Sometimes that means towards yourself, and sometimes that means it's outwardly. I don't ascribe at all to the notion of like good people are not getting the results they want. They're doing something wrong. It really is that simple the majority of the time. The exceptions to the rule in that are so minute that like they're almost not worth talking about. You're doing something wrong. There's something in your process that's broken, and the fact that you refuse to acknowledge it is what's keeping you from the results that you want. But if you're open to listening and open to being critical of yourself and you're open to adjusting and being uncomfortable, I think the majority of people will get what they want as long as they focus.
And to add on to that,
say this real fast, y'all. Let me just say this. It's 2 seconds. I just saw on Instagram with a dude who didn't even have a damn jaw, like his entire jaw was gone. He was with a chick. I seen a dude who got a chick, and this dude can't be over 2 feet. Like, come on now.
So let me say this just to because I actually agree with that, and that is another point I want to make to black men, especially. You might have to do the thing that you don't want to do, and that's go elsewhere. If we talk a lot about men dating out and doing that type of stuff, but when it really comes down to it, most black men, just like most men in general, do not see themselves with any other woman. And matter of fact, they're afraid and they don't like the way that picture looks with any other woman. Yes, because you'll see they'll date out, but they don't really marry out that much either. So you might have to look at you're not what do you call it? You're not indebted to anyone within your certain group, right? So some hood dudes feel like they gotta have a baby by Keisha. No, you can step outside of your comfort zone to get somebody who's a bit more pleasant, somebody you feel like will that you can contend with, that will work with you in the household. You don't have to get a ghetto girl because your mama was ghetto, and I see a lot of dudes struggling with that, to feel like they owe something to the hood, with like, she been down with me this whole time, that's my girl. No, you might have to do that one thing you don't want to do to get the results that you.
And let me just say this real fast. First of all, there are plenty pleasant black women. You don't have to date out to find a pleasant black woman. There are plenty of them. You just overlook them. Second of all, don't tell Pookie to go and get a good woman and then he bring her to the ghetto. Stop doing that. Third of all, people attract what they are. People are attract what they are. Third, y'all gotta stop like this whole thing. You're right. You should date what works for you. That whole thing about, go get knock yourself out, and women should do the same. People, this whole thing like, if you find a woman who is Asian and she works for you, get that Asian woman. If she finds a white man that's good for her, get that white. Do what works for you, not for everybody else. Do what works for you. End of discussion.
So look, hold on. Let me just say this real quick.
Though, Shane.
Let me just say this
not
real
true.
I'll explain. Go, Marcus, go ahead.
So I know a lot of times people be like, you don't want to acknowledge the negative women and all of this stuff. They literally don't exist as dating options in my mind. When I see these women acting in a way, I will ignore them. I'm not engaging with them long enough to figure out, like, this girl out here yelling and screaming in her phone. I'm not gonna try and holler at her after that. If you showing me signs that you will not be the type of woman I want to date, you don't exist as far as I'm concerned. Like, you are not a dateable person. I'm only focusing on, and that woman might be like that no good man out here, right? What she don't realize is it was men in line that ignore her ass because they seen how she was acting. Men might be doing the same thing and don't realize your energy is transferable. If you walk around upset, you don't get people who are in a good space that gravitate towards you. You will only get people who can resonate with that frequency gravitating towards you. If you like, people be like, oh, you always, I know one thing, I stay positive. That's what the type of people that's gonna come into my life will be. If I focus solely on the bad in the world, it's gonna start to manifest itself around me. And I'm telling you, this is how this thing works.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Let me respond
to Chan real quick.
When I had pink eye and stuff, I was in a messed up place, right? The only thing I kept saying is I could be blind. I could have lost my sight. My kidney could be failing. I found so many different things that could have been worse to make me feel better about the situation. And then I powered through it. Am I lying about this?
But you would eventually healed on your own. You did not
let
need
me
to think
respond
that
to
you
Shan
get
when she
better
said
for you to get better.
so. I'm actually going to do a short pretty soon because that is some advice that we have been given so loosely and out to the world, which is do what works for you. That's the worst advice anybody could ever give now. Because
what's that?
Do not do what works for you. Do what works. People don't know what's good for them. I'm sorry. That is really what is starting to ring true. People do not know what's good for them. The second people start choosing for themselves and outside of the bounds of what their elders did and what has traditionally been done, we completely destroyed society. Don't do what works for you. Do what works. All right. What works for you is a fat ass. That's what worked for me back in the day. What worked for me was some big titty. Like that's all I would see. Right. But then I would have to square up with my dad. And I told you, he'd see me out with the girl and be like, cancel that. No.
That's that noise with Mike Tyson was talking about
exactly.
that discipline.
What works is a pleasant woman. You see what I'm saying? My dad would explain things to me always with like as if I was very short-sighted, and he helped me develop foresight to say, okay, Mike, okay, and let me just say to y'all, how long is sex? I'm sorry, good. I can have good sex in 15 minutes. I don't know, people be talking about hours. So for me, it's 15 minutes.
No, not hours.
Okay, for me, it's 15 minutes. There are 24 hours in a day, and we're awake for at least 16 of them. All right. Sex is 15 minutes. I actually have to talk to this lady, reason, compromise with her, raise children with her for the rest of the day. A big booty actually doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Right. So what works for you is going to be your superficial wants, your superficial desires. Do what works, what makes a relationship work. That is my advice to people in general.
I would say that
So
too.
I
think there's an issue too with thrills. People are so addicted to the thrill of things. They want that chase and that, always trying to some action. And sometimes the person who's good for you is a little boring.
But what I was
look. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped to be boring.
Mike has said, and I don't know, so you correct me if I'm wrong, if this is what you meant, but this is what I heard, is in a part of what you were saying was for men, sometimes they're going to have to go outside of, Black women to find what they want, even though that's what, they desire. But what I saw or heard, interpreted that is based in the context in which you were saying, is it spoke, I guess, directly against what I guess kind of Marcus was saying in regards to, even if you go outside to find somebody else that acquiesce to what you want, to me, it sounded like do that in a way to avoid the work that you still need to do. Mm-hmm. Like, find somebody else that's going to accept you exactly who you are, even though there is some specific changes that you may need to make in yourself as a man, and just going to somebody that's going to accept you the way you are when you could be better. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I think
that's not the context in which I'm saying. You'll never hear me. So you'll never hear me say men don't need to improve themselves. It's baked in the cake. But what this is my ultimate point. We keep talking about leadership and we never talk about followership.
Yeah,
that is the issue I think we're having.
That's it.
That's the issue I think we're having, because one of the in the groups that tonight I was with a bunch of alphas. One of the things that we keep finding is that after we are done with the refinement of man, after we've created all of these perfect specimens of men with the right job, the right smile, the right clothes, I went and gave out Nordstrom Men Guide of Style to all these dudes. They're wearing lapel, like, our alpha balls are going to be immaculate, right? There are still women who do not know how to follow these men correctly. They do not. They, like I said, practice makes habit, and they've been practicing bad habits too long. That's what I mean. Where you have to go elsewhere, and that type of woman will stymie your growth, because it's not about you needing to change and grow as a man. You will absolutely need to do that. It's about a woman working with you and accepting accepting your leadership so you can grow. That's what I mean by going. Some women make it easy. I'm sorry. My wife, I married her because she makes being a leader of this household easy. When I say, babe, like I literally put my hand out and be like, babe, this is not a 2-person discussion. I'll be like, no. I said it. And she'll literally put her hand.
You rich? Were you rich when you found your wife?
Blessed, brother. You blessed.
Huh? Were you rich when you found your wife?
All right, you guys, we got to move on to the next video, and then we'll be done.
But a woman who just wants to argue because she needs to hear herself be in opposite of something, like I've dated those women, they are exhausting. So what the bad part is that people will look, what is the saying? Never argue with a fool, because people looking from afar can't tell who's who. Okay, so I didn't pick a woman who would argue with me like that, because people would think I'm a fool. When I tell my wife stuff about our son and be like, listen, I know that you don't want to see him hurt. Don't walk up on me while I'm disciplining. Stand over there. She will go stand her ass over there. There are women that make that process. You're not gonna beat my son. You not. I see women do their husbands and or their boyfriend, baby daddy like that, and I look at that dude like, damn, he look like a fool right now. And he chose a woman that would do that. So I'm just saying we got to choose women, like Marcus said, that don't give us these type of problems. Make it easier on yourself.
So just quickly before we move on, right? You are absolutely right, and so is Marcus on that front. There's just 2 really quick points of contention that I have. One, a lot of these men, and I said it last week, I'll say it again this week. You were all there, right, for the conversation. A lot of men don't actually see the women that are willing to cooperate. They're so focused on the cantankerous women and fixing them that they don't notice the women that they should be choosing. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is, like, we can't discount the physical value, right? Like, yes, the priority should not be the big booty, the big titties, right? But the one thing I know about men is if you have those things and things aren't going great, it makes the parts that aren't great a little bit easier. So we can't also tell men to just completely discount that either, because it does have a functional part of the relationship. The same way that a woman should also choose a man that she's attracted to, because it makes the unpleasant parts that much less unpleasant, right? It is important. It shouldn't be number 1. It should not be number 1. But I think it's okay if it's like number 3.
Yeah, because it makes a difference when you're mad, but then you look over and be like, damn, he's sexy.
Damn.
Oh, he makes me mad. But you're like, all right.
Yeah. Them titties be lowering my blood pressure, I'll tell you. Face full of titties will just change my mood. Like, oh.
All right, guys, we have another video. Let's get through this video because it's almost 1 o'clock. Y'all know it's past my bedtime. Okay. Anybody else got anything? Do we have a super chat that needs to be read? No.
So we all in agreement. Trigger Mike is simp for men. All right, let's move
yes.
On
You know,
we're not in agreement.
To be continued, Marcus. You go get your shit. Oh, you done started something.
Double will $4.99. Overemphasize cap.
Okay, so video time.
In the game of chess, the queen is the most dynamic player on the board. She can move and do what no other player can do. The king, on the other hand, he moves 1 step at a time. Even though the king moves 1 step at a time, every 1 step that he takes, he holds the weight of every player on the board, because if he missteps, then he can be checked or it'd be a checkmate and they lose the game. The worst thing you can do as a king is try to limit the dynamics of the queen to your 1-step approach, to not allow her to evolve and to live into her fullest potential. Because when she's at her best self, then the queen is not only great for herself, but she's great for the king and she's great for every other player on the board. The worst thing you can do as a queen is in your dynamics be so independent that you lose sight of every step that the king is taking. If you're not in line with every step the king is taking, then it leaves you vulnerable for them to take out the king. And make no mistake about it, the goal is to take out the king. So if you can pull the queen off and have her distracted, then you take away the most dynamic player on the board, which leaves the king vulnerable.
Woo! Okay, I take it back. That nigga is now the biggest simp of this episode. Not Marcus.
Yeah.
I
I
thought
think
that was
the same
y'all
thing.
just don't
No,
understand.
you still got the
No,
time.
I
No,
love
you got-
chess. Look. I love chess, and he's absolutely right in the analogy that
I
he
knew
just
he
made.
would say that.
I think the goal
You
is,
knew I would say that.
at
That's
the end
We're
of
gonna
the
do
day,
that.
listen,
We
at the
gonna
end
do
of the
that.
day, we cannot deny
Gonna do that.
we
I'm sorry.
cannot
Go ahead, Shan.
deny that we both have roles. Okay, I think that whatever sums it up. You take out one, you can't take to be fully functioning. We need each other. We all have things that assets to bring to the table. And
Yes. No.
we're not even supposed to be competing with each other. It's like a competition, and we're not even the same. We're not even competing. We don't even hold the same role.
Get rid of the television.
Man,
Get rid of the
this
television.
is very interesting because I don't think you'll find a man that disagrees with you, but who is putting themselves in competition with the other? That's the real question.
Get rid of
Men
the
don't
television.
like. I'm gonna be honest. When we get together in our social circles and our kickbacks, drinking the beer, shooting the shit, I have never in my life talked about how we gonna compete with women tomorrow. How we gonna destroy all these bitches. We don't ever say no stuff like that. But
Women
y'all
don't
do.
either.
Yes,
I
you.
know. Oh my
Women do
goodness.
not get in their circles talking about
Wait.
Oh my
competing with
goodness.
men.
Because they hang on,
I
because they
know.
do.
I
Y'all are
know.
both
Just forget it, fellas.
How we
y'all.
gonna
Forget
oppress
it.
these bitches? We
One second.
never
Y'all
say
are both wrong, right? Because women do, and so do men. And you know where we hear it is on these YouTube streets. It is
Yeah,
a
I said real life, not YouTube street.
I know, but like I think there's so many people attached to online life that this has become real life for a lot of people, right? So we can't negate that. Like you were talking about validating people's experiences. There's a lot of people coming here and are seeing and listening to the stuff that people are saying and then validating that experience by going into the world and being like, yep, I see it here, I see it here, I see it here, right? It is happening for both men and women. This isn't a one-way street because if we're honest, if all men everywhere we're not competing with women, women would give up because there's nobody to engage in the competition, right? It's not a competition if there's not two participants. So at the end of the day, both genders are participating. Otherwise, how could this possibly keep going?
No. It actually you raise a good question, but it's still women competing. Let me tell you, men are I think it's a natural competition against men because women, for some reason, need to be validated by us by that competition. It is not natural for a man to compete with a woman, even his own superior. Like you don't, and I think that aggravates women. The one thing I think women want men to contend with when men want women to protect and to help and to do, like we'll do all of that, and women are like, no, treat me like I'm a real contender. You're like, I can't do that. You're a woman, and it makes them upset.
Right. Oh my goodness.
So okay, I know like you were kind of partially listening a little bit earlier in the conversation. Did you listen to the part where I said that like women's work in the home is being invalidated and we're only looking at the work that they do outside of the home?
No, I didn't hear that part.
Okay. I think that's a big part of how this competition started, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go to work and that's work. And the work that you do in the home had stopped being recognized as work. And so I think this is, to me, my personal opinion, this is what sparked feminism of like, okay, if you value work outside of the home and that's the only work that you value, then we're going to do the work that's valued, right? I think the moment that we can actually start to take a look at the value of the work that women do inside of the home and genuinely appreciate it for real work, I think we'll start to see that shift. But the thing is,
okay, I'm sorry. What does the appreciation look like of that type of work?
Acknowledgement,
not even being
recognition, acknowledgement, recognition, and rewarding good behavior. Those are typically the three things that create that dynamic.
You know what? I would say, and sometimes helping, because especially if
you always want help. Here you go.
Hold on. I would say even if you're at home wife, because even when you have, let's just say on average, a 9 to 5, most jobs you get the weekend off. So the part of the acknowledgement is also saying, I know how hard you've worked during the week with the kids, have a day off. And I don't think that happens a lot of times. Like as a mom, you're on mom 24/7, whereas it seems like if you're a man, that if you're hands-on and you assist, you get rewarded for that. However, if your focus is your work, then you have an excuse not to be hands-on at all. But it's still rewarded either way, because your job is like, oh, he's working hard for his family. Whereas with a woman, with a woman, she's not valued in the same capacity, even though she is doing more of the work.
I will say I'm trying to, it's hard to look for this type of data because you have to get it from firsthand accounts, but I would like to know people to understand that men didn't help out in the home because they used to work outside of the home primarily for upwards of 16 hours a day, transportation included, to the job. So it wasn't necessarily that men wouldn't even help out. And then now I realize that especially black men, with getting the stamp that they were most involved fathers in America, it's because we get to be home to be that. So now we work at 8 hours and we get home after our commute. And I don't see most men being home and not helping. I don't know a man that doesn't help. And then literally anything you need, like this is something I had to tell my wife when she gets into her little complaints. Have I ever told you no? Then open your goddamn mouth and ask me a question. You see, can you bathe the kids? I got you. Send them up. Can you do? You see what I'm saying? Like women don't understand that men didn't used to be home to help you with shit. They used to work in factories, and all that type of stuff, and the commute was long and all of that. So I think more so now with the helping and stuff, I think because you work 8 hours, we have to be realistic. The fact that men help all the time. I think women love that. They love that struggle stamp. I just do everything for my kids. Ooh. So they're just throwing men under the bus, most of the time.
It was a study, and again, it laid out kind of how much time. And again, like you said, I guess it would have to be self-reported, but it was saying that on average, I think men on a weekly basis contributes like maybe 6 hours or something, it said, whereas women, it was about 12 and a half. So it's double that amount, and plus they work. You know what I'm saying? So
now this is the other part of that I wanted to talk about, because I have young children, as you know, and I need women to understand this, especially women that don't have kids yet. You have to fully immerse yourself. Yo. Who is this echo? Hold on. Is it? You have to fully immerse yourself in the role of mom, because there's not a lot that your husband can do, your man can do, because a newborn baby, I can wake up in the middle of the night all I want and pick that baby up. The second that baby open his eyes and see it's me and not the person that smells like titty milk, I'm gonna have to go wake you up. So I'm here to really set the record straight and be realistic about the dynamics between moms and dads. I could help you. I would help you rather, but I can't. This baby want the titty milk, or at least just want to smell it, right? So that is a huge contributing factor to kids laying up on their mom rather than their dad, wanting to go with mom over here rather than their dad. So it's really for moms to embrace that fully, that as much as a man would want to help you, the children want to be around you more in certain stages of their life. What do y'all think about that?
I think if she pump and there's breast milk in the refrigerator and you put it in the bottle warmer, that baby gonna drink that milk and cuddle up right there with you, or use similar.
Sure.
So
sometimes.
But I had a solution. I had a solution. All the high educated women, you know what I'm saying? Find you a man that can afford a house in the hood. So you just work, basically break your job down to part-time, And so basically, I'm trying to like pull the women out of the workforce. So since it's less men, then you know what I'm saying, they will have to pay more for labor. You know what I'm saying? Like the wages back in World War II before, you know, it actually got popping, the men was making eventually like more than what modern day salaries with man and woman together, you know, working together. So I mean that's the solution. You know, women downsize, you know, get yourself out the workforce. You know, you might have to live in the hood if you know what I'm saying?
But
But
then what happens to the provision of safety?
what you mean safety? You mean you got
Moving
Jesus,
me
don't
from, hold on, moving me from the suburbs, moving me from the suburbs because you have two incomes where it's a safer area, moving me to the hood so I don't have to work. It doesn't seem like a good exchange, is what I'm saying.
Actually, majority of people.
The hood is not. I used to live in a hood. The hood doesn't. I know Marcus may have a different experience, you know, but
let me support his point. I'm gonna support your point, David. What he was saying, I'm gonna remix it for you. Tell me if I'm wrong. What he was saying is, again, what we've said all this time, it's better to have two parents in the household. And if one can be primarily there, that's more beneficial than both parents going out and work and leaving those kids in daycare or by themselves. Was that what you were saying?
Absolutely.
But
You just have to downsize your lifestyle.
Wouldn't a better
You just said downgrade the
Hold
lifestyle.
on.
Right, no.
Hold
But I
on,
was going to
Marcus.
say,
That's absolutely what I'm saying.
it's a better solution to have both parents involved instead of moving into the hood is maybe change work schedules. So that way one parent may work nights, so the other parent is home watching the kid, and then the shift exchange. So that way you can live in a safe area and the kid have the benefit of being with both parents.
What's best for the
I
children?
think the
What's
hood
best for
would
the children?
separately. You
It's
wouldn't
to
be
have
able
both
to
parents
together.
in the house, and the woman her submissive role. And
He
you know
was
what I'm
just trying to say
saying?
He was just trying to say downgrade your lifestyle so you're not
That's
as
it.
materialistic.
You got to do
That's
that.
all. Move the
You
idea of the hood.
only 3 or 4 generations.
I'm not going back to the hood.
Black
She's
men on the
only going
panel.
forward.
Black men on the panel. You realize you just hit the no-go zone, right? This
I
is
know
the
that's funny. That's
conversation.
funny. You're right.
This
You're
is
right.
the conversation
You're right.
no black woman wants to have.
Hey, how
Because
dare a
all of
black
this
man
stay
touch
home
their
shit.
lifestyle? How dare a black man touch their lifestyle?
I think most women don't necessarily have to live in a lap of luxury. I don't think it's that. But no, I would say
Most
majority.
American women?
Actually, I would say exactly the majority of women don't have to live in a lap of luxury to be happy or be, you know, sustained. It's about who they're with, the relationship, right? But I would refuse to be in a position in which I feel safe in the environment that I'm in and downgrade to go somewhere that is less safe. I grew up in the hood and I would avoid everything that I can to never go back. If I had to, absolutely.
I think that applies if you've created that level of safety for yourself. If you already live in a hood, you can stay there a few more years.
That's true.
Mike, let me ask you this question, Miss Taken. Let me ask you this question. Would you rather be a single mom in the suburbs or have a complete family in the old neighborhood?
Hood adjacent.
Would I rather be a single mom?
I want to watch
in
an affluent suburb.
I want to watch this.
Or be in a less whatever type of community, right? Because I know the word hood is.
It depends on what age and stage.
For a lower income family.
It depends on what age and stage I'm in my life. My young me, I would go ahead and I would be in the hood with knowing that I have the time to build enough money to move out versus being like, you know, middle-aged, about to retire or, you know, or something like that. And then take a step backwards and go back into the hood. I'm not built for that.
Okay,
that's not what I'm asking.
I'm confused, Marcus. What's the? I'm trying to figure out why that question came up.
So this is the thing. If his general point was he was trying to advocate for men that may not have enough money, because y'all say I'm not caring about other men that may not have enough money, right? that would create a family and have that family together versus you living in a lap of luxury. And if you truly cared about the family and the kids more than a lap of luxury, being a single mom in an affluent neighborhood wouldn't even compare to having both parents in whatever other situation, because what you could be getting from both parents, if you truly valued it, is different than what you would get just being in an affluent neighborhood.
I'm
So
trying to figure out why those two things came up though. Like, why wouldn't you just be in a nice neighborhood? Why did if she?
No, it was a question on what's more important.
The family, right? The family part, of course, is more important. But part of taking care of the family is putting him somewhere in a situation that's safe for all. That's the very reason why we moved from New York. You know what I'm saying? We lived in a not so safe area. We still had our family. Our family was intact, but a part of that decision making was what is in the best interest of the family. I want my kid to be able to go outside, ride a bike, be safe. I don't want to go outside and have to walk over the rats that been hit, in the middle of the night by the car.
Not even that.
That's not an environment that I want my child in. So part of that is, okay, this is what we can afford right now, but let's aspire to get out of the hood and get something better, even if that means we have to move out of the state. So even if I had to downgrade somewhere else by moving to another state, I'm willing to do that as long as safety is the priority as well.
So I want you to, real quick, I want you to realize that men agree with you. How many, other than some other people, how many two-parent households do you see in the hood?
Not many.
Exactly. Men, that is already our power as couples to say, oh, we can do better for ourselves and our children. So men already agree with you on that. But I will say this right now, as far as couples are concerned, people are unrealistic about the timeline in which that's supposed to happen. All right. Because I don't think a lot of women get with men and are realistic about how fast that man should be able to do that for them. Which is why some women are like, no, I'll work too. We could use my money. We could, so if women want men to solely, if they want to be stay-at-home moms and solely be the provider, it takes time to get you up out of them bricks, man. I'm telling you, it takes a little bit of time.
So I agree with that. I think in like the microwave generation, people just don't have patience for anything, right? Including the work it takes to build a foundation for a relationship and to get the desired result you want. I also have a different working theory. It's a little spicy, it's a little contentious, but I have serious pushback about the fact that like the majority of women want the lap of luxury. I think most women just want comfort. Hang on, I'm getting to the spicy point. I think some men, when they settle down, they choose a woman that they wouldn't normally choose because she fits the program, and it shows in the relationship. And I think women build resentment over that and then demand things in exchange for what they feel like they're being shortchanged for, right? Because if it's one thing that women know, it's when a man actually loves a woman, how that woman is treated versus the woman that man settled for because it's easier. And this is where we get into that territory where things become transactional, where the high value man, the 666, the lap of luxury, and all that stuff starts to come into play. Is that I feel like I'm not being appreciated and loved and supported in what I want to do. And so I'll play ball with you, but this is the cost that it's going to come with, right? So yes, women are saying this. I think also with the acknowledgement that men aren't choosing the woman that they want typically for marriage.
Can I go back to the point that we were talking about earlier?
They are choosing the woman that they want, but they're just sleeping with her. They're just not married to her. And so he's absent because he's somewhere else.
Yeah, I want to go back to
why is that so funny?
Earlier.
Why is that funny, Shan?
That happens. It's not funny. Listen here. You're not gonna take my laughter, little devil. If I want to smile, I'm gonna smile. Listen, let me just tell you something about me. If I'm gonna smile, A person who tell you not to smile, I'm gonna smile. You can sit over here and frown on
You were a little too happy about the
I
destruction of the family. I don't know.
because it's hilarious. Because y'all sit here and you put a he doesn't mind being with this person, but he's cheating on her. He's cheating on her.
Oh, tell us how you really feel. Okay, all right, bet.
You understand? He doesn't want to be there. He's fooling himself. And she feels it, and then he's mad when she leaves because he's fooling her. He's trying to manipulate her. Like, come on, let's be real about the situation.
And I was going to say, and I think to Naz's point that most women are okay with being, like you said, being in a place where they're comfortable. It doesn't have to be in the lap of luxury, like I was saying, but you watch social media, you keep putting yourselves in these spaces where the women that are talking, they're reiterating the fact that they need to be flued out. They need to be all of these things. And then y'all associate that with all women and then focus on the women that do say that reiterates that to you in your mind when that's not the case. When I met wasn't my husband at the time, I was living in the suburbs. I grew up in the hood. My mother was telling my dad, I don't want my kids growing up in this hood. Like, we need to move. And at 13, we ended up moving into the suburbs in New York and in Westchester. Then when I met my husband, he lived in Harlem. I left suburbs to go live with him with the understanding that we are going to do better. I was okay with working towards getting something better. And so when Mike said we don't have the realistic expectation about how quick that will happen, I think that depends on the woman that you have in your life. Because for me, pressing the issue of we're not going to raise our kids here, at the same time, us being on the same page and in agreement of not wanting to raise our children here, that we both got on the same page to make that happen more quickly. I was willing to do the work alongside him so we can get what we needed to get in order to move. So it wouldn't have taken 14 years like it did for me, growing up to get out the hood, versus it took 2 years for us, 3 years for us to get out of the hood. So one of the best decisions that he could have made was marrying me.
Oh, you had to sneak that one in there.
Okay. Yeah, that's why.
All right, we see where this is going.
Choosing the right life will make or break.
This was
you were so lucky it don't even make no goddamn old sense. Your story could have been solid.
Don't goddamn horn.
His hand up. Go ahead, Marcus.
Is Harlem now gentrified?
Is it? Yeah. When we were leaving, it started. I don't know where it is now because we haven't,
So the equivalent apartment that y'all lived in at one time, how much would it cost to get that same apartment right now?
I'm quite sure it's probably like maybe $1,500. When we left, it was like it might be actually more than that. Yeah, way more than that. Because we had a 2-bedroom and we were paying $800, but we got a good deal on it because of the type of job that my husband had. So I don't think other people were paying the same rent.
It's about $4K, like $3,500 to $4,000 right now, probably for a 2-bedroom in Harlem, and it's gonna keep going up.
Yeah,
I would argue that y'all would have been a staple of that little block, and y'all could have changed the area.
Don't nobody want to live in the hood, Marcus. Bye.
I'm not talking to you, King Simp.
That's the key, though.
Don't nobody want to live in the hood but you, Marcus. Bye.
Male Simp. You a Mimp.
That's the key.
Hey, I'm not talking to you, Mimp. Male
Simp.
So
listen, let's do these super chats, please.
Go ahead, you know.
6'8" and can dodge bullets. What a man.
We did this one. Well, $4.99. Can either gender's needs be debated?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I think your negotiables are your negotiables, and your non-negotiables are your non-negotiables.
Mm-hmm.
Needs? No.
It needs to be negotiated, though.
No, they cannot.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think what is going on now is that people are trying to redefine their nature, and they're coming to terms with it every time. So right now, you know, especially on the women's side, it's like, I don't need to have a man. I can be single and I'm happy. Okay, your nature says that's not freaking true, right? You have a need after food and shelter and clothing. You have a need for love and belonging. And so if a woman doesn't belong to
they have
something,
a need
i.e.
for
a
that.
man,
I'm just joking.
we shall see.
You just nasty. I agree, but
That's profound.
No, it is. It's a biological need.
Right.
It
Right.
is. It is.
They don't be
Oh,
doing
she's
it
talking
right.
about sex again.
I mean, these even in men to a little bit degree. It's just saying as much as women.
Go ahead.
The Wolf again with $4.99. The male contribution is minimized to what a real man is supposed to do. I think if it's just me, I think if a woman is saying that, she's probably not the woman who's supposed to be holding that position. I think most women understand men's contributions and appreciate men's contributions. I think where those things kind of come out is when you get into that mode of competition, and I think either gender can really initiate that level of competition. Wolf 499 again. How are women today not a carbon copy of the men they beg to be liberated from?
Trying to think about that.
I think they are.
Mm-hmm.
But I think to that statement, I think that's, you know, how women follow. they do what they see the men doing.
Right, basically. Try to do it right.
Oh, good point, you know.
Sorry. Well, $4.99. Patriarchy and civilization was built to protect and provide women. Stop the cap.
I don't know if I agree with that, but go ahead.
What?
Because
how do you disagree with that?
Hold on.
How?
Okay, go back to it. Let me read it again.
I'll have to find it. I took the star off. So
okay.
I'll find it because I need to hear
So
it.
essentially, he said,
created. Oh, you got it.
patriarchy and civilization was created to protect and provide women.
Stop the cap.
Okay. I the way I was reading that is, I guess it's two sides. I think sometimes it gives I want to say illusion, but for lack of a better word, illusion of protecting women, when also the other aspect of patriarchy is men benefiting.
So I hear what you're
Nobody
saying.
benefits more from a patriarchy and monogamy than women.
I mean, you can saw patriarchy and polygamy. I just want to say that. But
yeah. I'm just saying
most
of our civilization is patriarchal and monogamous.
So, mistaken. I hear what you're saying, and that, like, I've heard that talking point before, and in my younger years, I believe that too. The thing is like, there's a difference between like patriarchy itself and then men who abuse their powers, right?
Okay.
And I think sometimes people cross those boundaries to be the same thing. The same way how last week we were talking about toxic masculinity being the demonization of masculinity, but it's not. It's the demonization of the illusion of masculinity. It's kind of like that. Patriarchy in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the men who've abused their powers who have turned patriarchy into a bad word.
Okay.
So let me ask you, and let me button that up too. Do you know how Cynthia G and all these people call these men bandits? One thing you've never heard most men do is disagree with her that there are bandits. And the funny thing about it is, be like, if all of us went and mind our business, the good men, the men who carry guns, and we just go to protect ourselves and the women in our ranks and leave the rest of you left to your own matriarchy or whatever system you want, you would be alone with those bandits. Patriarchy protects you. We protect you from them.
No, you protect us from you. You get it?
No,
because no. Because you all men is you're all men. So you have to create a patriarchy or create an environment where you say you're protecting women. You're protecting women from men. So it's you. Y'all need to fix
you for yourselves.
No, we don't.
For yourselves.
So hold on. That is a delusional statement. Let me tell you why.
How is it delusional?
It's a delusional statement. Women cannot defend themselves. That's basically what you just said.
Who are we defending ourselves from, Mike, is what I'm saying.
I just said that the bandits are men. Only women think we can rid the world of evil. We cannot. Therefore, we created a system for each man to take care of all the circumstances he creates for himself. And any man who is going to bring problems into this society, we either kill him or lock his ass up. Without us creating those standards in which women couldn't create for themselves, you would be left to be slaves to those men.
Absolutely.
So
no doubt.
I think
you reiterated the point.
Not even a conscious with it.
So you don't think that women will also issues for society either?
That what?
You don't think that
before we go there,
also will issues for society?
Yeah, but before we go there, I want to address it because I think you're both right. So yes, good men protect women from bad men, right? But there's also the aspect of men protecting women within the confines of the women that they deal with, right? Like the art of stoicism, right? When you're angry and you really want to say what's on your mind and you go take a walk, that is a level of protection. Because you could be that person who is like, has compulsion issues and say those things out loud and then have to figure out how to fix it, right? So there's layers to the conversation in which you're both right. There is a level of men protecting their woman from themselves and also protecting that woman from outside intervention.
And women can get that into your perfect harmony.
Mm-hmm.
We take men, but leadership is to take women for themselves. I mean, that's why, the laws in this country is not based on human nature. You know what I'm saying? It's just based on some satanic stuff to drive men and women away from each other. But in other countries, they more laws is more towards nature. You know what I'm saying? Like if you steal, you get your fingers cut off. You know what I'm saying?
Muslim countries? You talking about Muslim countries?
Yeah, I'm saying that natural, just let things happen, that kind of like natural like that. It's a better deterrent to crime and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying out of this country, the laws is morally based on human nature. In this country, it's on some satanic stuff to drive the men and women, separate from each other. And actually, we got big more fish to fry because the Euphrates River is dried up. Got big fish to fry.
So would it be fair to say, if I was to sum up what you just said, that in this majority Christian nation, that the laws is based on
Mike, what are you saying?
And in non-Christian nations like the Muslim countries, they're based on nature? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I'm saying it's more. I got my alarm system going off in my bedroom. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just if you, I didn't say the Muslim system was perfect, but it's more natural than the United States laws. The United States laws is purely satanic. They just wanted to drive the men and women separate, like what's going on in Japan, other countries with the feminism, and other countries is more traditional, and so I'm saying that their laws is just more towards human nature, and our laws in this country is not based on human nature at all. It's to drive away between the men and the women.
Crickets.
Human nature, like, all right, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone because y'all know my answer.
But I
You just got that mistaken.
I just lost my train of thought. I was trying to follow that line of reasoning, and it made my brain hurt a little bit.
No, I was saying my joke. I was saying my joke where I was like, "You mean human nature?" Like, and then I was like, "You know what? Never mind. I'll just."
Oh, yeah. I know everything. Yeah, I know everything. That's his underlying answer to to everything.
And enough fathers in the home. Couple that family together.
Wolf 499 again. Cheating ? Who decides it's cheating? Did we have a vote? I have an answer for this. It's pretty easy. If you have decided that you are going to engage in a monogamous relationship and you decide to break that rule, it is cheating. It's that simple. If you do not want a monogamous relationship, be upfront about that from the very beginning, and it is not cheating because you have allowed that person to choose to participate.
But that would be
honest polygamy.
Here's the banner. We need Trigger Mike. This is going to be your job. You need a banner that just says polygamy.
Polygamy. No, I thought we need like a T-shirt or something. I don't know, merch. Literally, it's the buzzword of Chic critique.
Wolf 499. Make a poll and ask the men if they feel their contributions are appreciated. You know what? We don't even need to make a poll. The gentlemen on the panel, y'all can decide who goes first. Do y'all feel like your contributions are appreciated?
I think that we're exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, I don't honestly care.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. In what context? In our house or on the panel?
I'm gonna say absolutely yes.
Your contributions as a man, are they appreciated in your specific real life? Right?
No,
at home, at your workplace, and all that stuff.
I get more.
I don't need a pat on the back. I don't care.
Solidify that.
No,
so I say yes.
I'm gonna be honest. I think neither on both sides. That their contributions are appreciated. I think that's what Shan, the point that Shan was making when she showed that video about the game of chess or what have you. And the reason is I think a lot of times we do have a tendency to take each other for granted.
Let me
that is definitely the key, because we get caught up in our routines and what we have to do, all of those things like that. We get caught up in life as opposed to getting caught up in being mindful of our family and how we're interacting with our partner. And we take what each other do for granted. So we overlook their contribution because in our mind, this is our duty. This is what we're supposed to do. And I think that's what happens a lot of time where marriages end up leading to divorce, is because there is no acknowledgement of appreciation of how much each other do.
I think it's kind of the opposite, but let me explain in detail. I think marriages end in divorce because of uncommunicated expectation. There's an expectation of appreciation. I don't think it's that men don't appreciate their wives or their women. I think men don't appreciate their wives and their women the way they want them. Okay. And I think women are out seeking new styles of appreciation in which men can't naturally give them. Women want to be validated at work, let's say, the way men are. But you can't represent to the family what I represent, no matter how hard you work. That is something that is purely on the women's side, right? So it's women wanting to be appreciated for their provision, right? So, or their ability to provide. Like, it's almost as if women are stepping further and further.
I think provision.
Well, no, hold on. Women are stepping further and further into a man's territory and getting mad that their children and or their husband don't look at them the same way, right? So I think that is more so what we're struggling from, because let's just take the appreciation off for men, because men don't ask for appreciation. Never have. We never have. Right. We've actually built in appreciation checkpoints for women. Mother's Day is the number one goddamn holiday. Like, we've built in appreciation points for women. Men in general, husbands in general, make sure that the reason why husbands are so effective in the house and why mothers are beloved is because the father makes sure that the child and everybody shows appreciation to the mother, absent of whatever the father's doing. She can have all that shit. I don't need it. Give me a cold beer and suck my dick on Sunday, and we're good. That's how
the value of a man. I agree with you on that, Trigger Mike. That is one of the most valid points I've heard.
Oh my goodness, that was fire.
So I agree with this part. I agree with this part of the statement. Trigger Milk. I agree.
Whoa, what? Yo, I'm about to go.
All right, you guys, we're gonna be wrapping this up.
Unexpected expectations is an issue. I agree. You need to explain that what you expect from somebody so they can have a chance to meet it or a chance to deny it. I think people have this built in. They should just know. And that is the worst position that anybody can be in and try and be in a successful relationship.
And let me just say this.
But I think expectations should also be paired with appreciation. It's okay to have expectations, but you still it needs to be paired with appreciation because everybody has choice. So the fact that you gave me your expectations and I'm choosing to be in alignment with those expectations, it should still be appreciated. You
absolutely.
And I think
because we wanted to be appreciated doesn't mean that's what I appreciate from you.
Max.
Right.
Let me say this last piece.
Where I'm saying where us taking each other for granted comes into play. Yes, you should have certain expectations for your wife. Yes, as a wife, you should have certain expectations for your husband. But the fact that both of you guys are cooperating and making a marriage work by doing those things, you should also appreciate each other for doing that. That's all I'm saying.
You still might have to move to the hood.
So,
Man, you gotta move to the hood or stop watching TV.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Yeah, that too.
On this topic of respect or an appreciation for women, as a person that's married in real life, that's why the way I like to put it now. What I want men to do that are married and men that are in committed relationships is ask your woman straight up, how would you like for me to appreciate you? And what I think most men will find is that their woman will just be like, oh, well, I don't know. It's one of those things where we are saying it out and we're creating a narrative about appreciation and not being appreciated enough. And you don't appreciate anything I do and all of that. But ask in detail how you want this done. You won't be able to get a straight answer from most women.
Probably.
I guarantee.
So I think that's interesting, right? Because that's a valid point. I think that not enough women are asked that question for women to know what that's supposed to look like. The same way that, like, when women ask a man, like, what do you need? A woman, if that man isn't used to being asked that question, he doesn't really know how to answer it, right? So I think, like, there just should be more opportunities to ask that question for the person to sit with it and be able to answer, right? But in terms of, like, the appreciation, I think that in my personal experience as a woman, a lot of men receive appreciation as respect, either growing respect or continued respect, whereas women don't really receive appreciation through respect. And I think that some men respect the role, and so it's not being translated over to a way that a woman actually feels appreciated, right?
Yeah.
To that point, I think asking the question is important because not all women feel appreciated in the same way, right? Some women want acknowledgement. Some women want to feel appreciated through help. Some women want to be appreciated through, like encouragement. You're doing a great job, babe. Like whatever it is. So, I think that was a valid point about asking the question. But I think that just because they don't know how to answer it the first time doesn't mean you shouldn't ask it again.
Yeah, I was about to disagree with Trigger Mike because women tell you all the time how they're going to feel appreciated. I want you to help me with this. I want you to lead. I want you to guide. I want you to provide. I want you to tell me you love me. I want you to say thank you when I do X, Y, Z for you. Women are very vocal about what they need and what they want from us. But I do agree to Trigger Mike's point also is that what we appreciate from each other is not always what the other one is giving. If just like when it wasn't that women weren't being valued for them being mothers and for them taking care of the household. It's just that women saw what the men were getting and they're like, I want that. I don't want to have this guy exerting this control over me. I want the option and the freedom to do what I want because now I have goals and I have dreams and aspirations, which isn't a bad thing on the surface, but men always valued women for what they can do because y'all can do things we can't do. Y'all can carry a seed and help bring forth life, which increases our legacy. So we always value that from women. I just think that when women looked at what the respect that men got wasn't the respect that they got for having kids, and it didn't come with the same amount of money. You can't provide for yourself if you're just making kids. And I think that's where a lot of the issues started coming down to, is where that women didn't feel appreciated or respected because it don't pay, or it's not looked at as the same because we don't value women for what men provide.
I don't know. It was something that you said. You said that women that it wasn't that men didn't appreciate the fact that women had, were able to bear children. I think. So where do you draw the line between? I guess the difference between expectation and appreciation, because I also think the time period in which you were talking about, that was the expectation of women, not
It's
that it was
still the expectation.
necessarily right, not that it was necessarily valued per se. It was the expectation that is what's supposed to happen.
Well, isn't it the expectation that men are supposed to work?
Right, that's what I'm saying. At that time period, that's why I'm reiterating the fact that when it's just an expectation and not followed by an appreciation, that's where people end up feeling unloved, or well, especially for women, devalued, things like that, when everything becomes an expectation. And that's all I'm saying. And that's not just from men. I remember having a conversation with my daughter about learning how to be appreciative of the things that you have, as opposed to having the expectation that you're supposed to have them. Because she wanted us to buy her a car, and the response was, you have the opportunity to earn your own money to get your own car. And her response was, well, you're my parents. You are supposed to do that. You're supposed to make my life easier, so I don't have to do those things. I don't have to struggle. So that's my point. There was a level of expectation that she had of us as parents that didn't necessarily align with what was, needed, or what we expected as parents. So a thing is that she lost the appreciation for the things that we did provide. I had to break it down to her, like, as parents, by law, we're only obligated to make sure that we, provide you a roof, provide you clothing, provide you food. Doesn't say that we have to give you the top shelf food, that you have to get your own room that's decorated with nice decor, get name brand clothes. It doesn't say that. But those are some of the things that you are privy to. So you need to show appreciation for those things, because you don't have to have them. And I think in a relationship, a lot of times we put a expectation, and is not necessarily always followed by appreciation. And if we pair those and balance those out, it would help everybody. Both people in a relationship will feel, as a man, you would feel respected, and as a woman, we would feel loved.
All right, so I'm about to have a chaotic truth moment.
Okay, and let's wrap it up, because I'm about to have a sleepy moment. Okay.
All right. So this is where the appreciation for me comes from. When you plug in the vacuum and my floor is clean when I get home, because the electric came on when you plugged it in, that's how I know I'm appreciated. When you cook food on the stove and the gas comes up, I know I'm appreciated when I'm met with a warm meal. Like, that's all. Like, I don't think most men really see it that way. Like, see it the way this guy is asking, because we like do any of you guys really expect to hear anything? Do you expect the pat on the back? Do you expect the, yeah, babe, you're doing a good job? Do any of you guys really expect that? I mean, I don't. But what I do expect, and this is how I know that my job is appreciated, my house is clean when I come home. Food is cooked when I come home. I don't have to worry about anything. I get like what I need is I need an hour to veg out. I get my hour to veg out and just chill. So like that's the appreciation that's how I know that I'm appreciated because I'm allotted those things. So like I don't look for anything else. And I don't think most men don't typically be validated or be validated by women.
I
Men get
agree.
validation from other men.
Right. I agree.
So I don't like his question is a flawed question because that's just not how we typically look at it. I don't think, and maybe I'm wrong.
So wait, so you're saying men only get validation from other men and they don't feel validated from their
No,
women when their
we don't
women.
look to get validation from women.
Okay, how
You
do you
can't
think
validate
men
Right.
me
get
as a
validated?
man.
Right.
Hold on, hold on.
Right.
How do you
Right.
think that you validate your husband?
By again showing appreciation, acknowledging the things that he does.
He
More
I
puts
think
that.
a lot of
specifically,
times men I guess if you don't receive it, if you don't get it, then you don't, I guess, necessarily understand it. And I'm not trying to say you specifically, I'm just saying in general. So
Yep.
I noticed the difference between when I acknowledge the things that my husband do versus overlooking those things. So for instance, if he takes out the garbage without me having to say, babe, the garbage is stinking, can you take it out? And I recognize that he took it out without me saying something, and I acknowledge that, I, in terms, validate the fact that I'm acknowledging that he does things in the house as opposed to me not, because when I ignore it or I say, you don't ever take the garbage or something like that, then that is definitely minimizing what he does. But when I acknowledge that he contributes, I'm validating that in his mind, and he's like, I know I do shit in his house. And when I acknowledge that, I'm validating the fact that he does shit in the house.
you
So I do
acknowledge it.
think women validate their men. I think it's the type of validation that men give other men versus what their wives or girlfriends give them is different.
So I want to give a slightly different example, right? I was watching this show the other day, where the woman was complaining that her man was not romantic enough, right? I think that's a pretty common complaint a lot of women have. And then when they broke down the story, I was like, yep, I understand why he doesn't do this. So he had a whole setup, we all see Instagram, social media. He had done his best to kind of replicate something that she had seen and liked. And her response to his effort was, well, it doesn't look like the video that I was looking at. It doesn't look like this, right? I think that lack of appreciation to him was like, well, this is extra. I don't have to do this at all. And she's still in the relationship with him, right? So like, she validated that experience. So I think there is a level of appreciation that is required in a relationship for the effort that you put in for the relationship. Like there's the things that you do out of obligation, and then there's the things that men do that are to show appreciation to their woman, which should also be reciprocated with appreciation, right? That's where that validation kind of comes in, where, hey, you went above and beyond. I want to acknowledge that and appreciate that and let you know that like you did a great job. You didn't have to do this. I'm acknowledging that. And you did a great job at it. I'm also acknowledging that. Right? I think that's really important.
So what I will say is that is damn, because it sounds so. What I'll say is that I'm not sure men. I definitely can see it why, our women would think they're validating us. I'm not sure men accept that as validation.
Absolutely not.
I don't think because
here's
That's
why.
a whole bunch of nothing.
Hank, give me a second. So the reason I see it as validation is the fact that the moment it's received with a lack of appreciation, it stops. So there is that, whereas with men who receive that appreciation, that behavior continues, right? So there is a level of validation that's involved in that process for a man to continue to do something that his woman is like, hey, I love this. This made me appreciate you so much more.
You know, I'm not even trying to play the semantics game. I'm going to call it acknowledgement. I think in order for him to know how the hell to please, you know, that's one thing that we say is like, how do I please this woman? Goddamn. So when you acknowledge it, yes, we will continue it. I'm struggling. I don't know if anybody else is struggling with the word validation.
Yeah, I
But
just think this is
you know what I mean?
semantic.
You could be right. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Because the
I could
way
be wrong.
you and Mistaken explained it, it's almost as if y'all are rubbing on my, oh, you such a good boy. Like you do the dog or something. I don't need that shit. I don't need that shit.
I know.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's just
I was
semantics.
trying to look up, validation or whatever, and it was saying validation of
Where the
someone.
real love is.
Validation of someone refers to the act of recognizing, acknowledging, and affirming another person, right? Feelings, thoughts, experience, or whatever, as valid. So, in that regard, based on that definition, women do validate men just like men validate women. If it's about the act of recognizing and acknowledging and affirming each other, then if you're not getting that, then that's not a good thing. You should.
So here's the other thing, right? Because like after Mistaken read that definition, let me tell you, when a woman looks at her man and is like, I'm so glad I got you and I don't have to be in these streets with these other men. I'm so glad, like, I'm so appreciative of everything you do for us. Like, is that not validating to the work that you actually put in?
That's popular.
And like who you are and what you bring into the relationship. Is that not, does that not reaffirm and acknowledge your contributions?
I mean, it's good to hear. No, so I'm not trying to be an asshole and act like it's not good to hear. So this is probably, and I'm not even like, I'm telling you, you could be right, and I'm just struggling to fully accept it. But what I will say on the, because when you said the definition, do you know what I thought about?
What?
Validation can also work in reverse, right? It can also, so remember, like shame, if you accept it, is because it's from somebody you either admire, respect, or you feel has power over you. So it's funny when I read the chat and be like, it'll say something like Trigger Mike hates black women. But it's funny because I feel differently when a man says it versus a woman. I don't give two shits if a woman says I hate black women.
I think it's
but
different.
It's because I don't let women validate anything about my worldview, because I think we see the world differently. But when a man be like, you hate black women, I'll be like, well, tell me why. Tell me why you think I hate. So it's almost as if my brother's opinion means more to me, and because it's actually the validation I'm seeking. Maybe that's what it is. It could actually, from the definition, be validation from my woman, but the validation I'm seeking, and I believe most men are seeking, is from their brothers and male counterparts, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would add that I think where the friction is coming from, as far as from us men, is that we have an internal need to do certain things. So sometimes we will do things in spite of your validation. Like, we didn't need your validation to do the things that we know that we're supposed to do, because we see something that needed to be done and we did it. And I think that's where the thing that the men are coming from, even when we're arguing semantics or even when we hear the definition, you think
David, mute your
internally.
mic, please. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I think where the friction is in this conversation, as far as even hearing the definition of validation and how a man is feeling when he's hearing these things, is because a big difference between men, a lot of men and a lot of women, is that we have an internal validation. We have an internal security in ourselves. And so we will do things in spite of no matter what the circumstances are. So when he's doing what he's supposed to do, he knows he's supposed to take out the trash. He don't need you to tell him to take out the trash. You might because you wanted to be taken out at a certain time, but he knows the things he needs to do to take care of his family, and he's focused on that. And I think that like every man likes it when a woman compliments and sit there and acknowledges the things that
That's
he's
what
doing
validation is.
well.
It says
Yes,
acknowledgement.
and we agree. But the reason why the men are responding the way that they're responding is because
Because y'all
they're
get caught,
thinking,
y'all in your feelings like women be. You get caught up on words, like y'all call us out on this very thing. Like, oh, you're playing semantics. We say
okay,
this,
I mean,
you say that. It's the same thing. It's nothing wrong with being validated. It's okay. Everybody needs it, and it is a need. Everybody needs it. But the type, like Mike said, the type of validation that I think he seeks from other men is a different type of validation that comes from women. And the reason I will also say in terms of validation, like I remember that we were on the show, and I think one time we were talking about uh appreciation, and I think it was when what's his name? Oh my goodness, can't think. Is it Ricky? It could have been this show or one of the other shows, but anyway, it was talking about how fathers are not acknowledged the same way mothers are on Mother's Day. Mother's Day, the stores be barred out with cars and all of these things. And he was expressing how mothers are acknowledged and treated one way, and then on Father's Day, fathers are not acknowledged at the same, magnitude as mothers, and we do more, we do just as much. In that regard, to me, that sounded like what he was saying is that fathers are not appreciated, but two, is not validated in the fact of what they contribute to their family. And so a way to validate that is to give them the same, I guess, level of like appreciation, acknowledgement as moms, as moms get on Father's Day.
That's not what he was asking for. So I'm not even.
What is it when
so that's not what he was at. It could very easily seem like that's what he was saying. But if you're looking at the time, especially if you follow the stuff Ricky says, or his overall thoughts on his shows and stuff, what he's basically saying and what most men are saying, and this is why we're on YouTube. Sorry if y'all saw my sock. I just took this shit out. That's disgusting. But what most men on YouTube are talking about is that now we can't accept or stand for our role being downgraded, our role being devalued and acting like if it doesn't matter in our children's lives, in our homes, in the lives of our women, and at work. We are now. Okay, I think Aristotle said the greatest inequality is making unequal things equal, and if you make them your equals, they will want to be your superiors. What we now see is that we made the space for women and we thought what you wanted was equality when you actually want supremacy. So women are using the power that we gave them to step on our neck and isolate us out of society and our own home, right? So it's not that we want validation from women. We don't want you to use that power against us in an effort for supremacy, right? So it's like, whoa. So think about it this way. Men have been downgraded to a wallet in the household, but then you took the man out of the household and the children can't behave. There is no discipline in the community and society in general. That is our value. So when you talk about me, when you talk about a dad, I want to hear that. I don't need no presents, but I want somebody to stand up at their graduation and cry. Do you know what the valedictorian at my cousin's is Nigerian guy, of course. He said, my dad is like Jesus. This dude is ever present. When he wasn't there, he was there. Right? That boo was giving his dad his flowers. You were looking for his dad, like, where is this? Because the kid was black as hell. So I knew his daddy was black. And I just seen the dad crying. He didn't ask for that. He was basically saying all that I did and all of the value that I have in this household is validated by your achievement. Thank you for your acknowledgement, but I'd rather have the achievement. And as you can see, when you hear women talk on these panels, they are trying to downgrade that effectiveness, efficiency, and overall impact of fathers, husbands, and men, etc. And we won't stand for it. That's really what we're saying.
Trigger Mike, that's a good point. But if y'all don't mind, I feel like HD was onto something. If you remember the point you were making, HD, I was trying to actually attentively listen to you. Do you remember what you were saying?
Which point?
Never mind.
Because I mean, the point that I was bringing up is that we are internally. Some of us men have become internally secure, so we're not looking for outside validation when we're having some of these situations. It's nice, and then also like what the women keep bringing up, how
David, mute
we
your mic,
view.
please. It's echoing.
Oh well. Also, we have the issue that women are rightly discerning that how we receive respect and admiration is different than how women do that. So they're trying to do what they want to us, and we're not responding the way that they would. So now we're going to have that internal battle as well. But the overall point is just like, listen, we validate ourselves and we know what needs to be done, especially when we assess the situation and we see what's going on and we do what we're supposed to do. We don't need you to tell us to do that once we understand what the role and what the goal is. It's just that sometimes when we have these conversations, like, it's like I said, it's nice for you to tell us thank you. We appreciate that. And we acknowledge the acknowledgement that you give us. But sometimes men will get frustrated because we're like, it almost seems like, even though you're not trying to do it, it almost seems like
Patronizing.
we get annoyed because sometimes it's like you see us doing it and then you talk about us doing it. And for some odd reason, we sometimes internalize what you say as, oh, you're now doing it, as if you had to tell us to do it when we're already doing it. Like every brother has that situation, like as he's taking out the trash and you talk about him taking out the trash, some brothers internally get upset, like, I'm already taking out the trash. And you acknowledge that I'm taking out the trash, but it just like, I just think sometimes men have a internal disposition to sometimes when women say stuff. And I don't 100% know why, but I just think sometimes when women say something, you could be completely right, but something in us sometimes just be like, nah. just nah. We don't want to. Sometimes it's the God honest truth. Sometimes we don't want to give you the dub. That's it. That's all it comes down to. Y'all be winning, and we don't want to give it to y'all sometimes, and it's okay. I think sometimes, yeah, we just want to keep y'all humble and be like, nah, that ain't it. Even though we know that's it, but we just want to just continue to assert our little bit of dominance. Because truth be told, in that quote that Trigger Mike gave, we have surrendered a lot of our dominance because of what we gave to you. And our natural disposition to protect you, we still don't see you as a threat, even when you are a threat. You're literally encroaching on the entire society's framework. And we're allowing you to do it because we don't see you as a threat, even though clearly you're showing evidence of being a serious threat. Not because you want to be mean or you want to be these things, but because you don't understand the purpose of the power that you were given. Which is why we run into the issues that we be having. But, was that the point which you was looking for, AP?
Yep. You drove it home.
Okay,
Can
great.
we read the super chats now? Let's read these super chats.
I think we did that one.
Oh, wait, this one. It's not the same one.
Make a poll. No, you go ahead, Inaz. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we read this one.
Yeah.
And I asked you guys instead of making the poll. Wolf 199 for women.
Oh, make a poll for women. That's what he was saying.
Oh,
I guess.
I don't know. I think the three of us have been accused of being in a bubble, so I don't know if we're the right ones to answer that question.
I definitely accuse y'all of that.
I feel like the three of us do a pretty good job of appreciating the men in our lives. Wolf 999. Can everyone on the panel describe how they envision the world absent of patriarchy? I don't think patriarchy is a bad thing.
I think
mistaken does.
Chaos.
no. I agree with what Enos is saying. I think the abuse of patriarchy is a bad thing.
Ain't no abuse. Ain't no abuse.
Okay.
Trigger Mike, cut it out. You have men
hold on.
for violence
You want to
against
know what's
women.
funny? Do you want to know what's funny about most of the abusers operate outside of the patriarchal system entirely?
So in the
they don't create stable family. They don't create stable family, or most of the abusers don't. They're operating in their banditism. They don't really participate in the patriarchal system.
So
patriarchal system is order and discipline for the most part.
Sometimes men buy into physical discipline of women. Absolutely.
So
sometimes some women buy into that shit too. What you talking about?
I'm not on mute. I know y'all can hear me. So
sorry.
My bad.
Sorry.
So
that was the cutest shut the fuck up I've ever heard in my life.
I appreciate it. So patriarchy is literally the system in which men lead and women follow, right? So there's a lot of room to abuse power under that structure, right? Yes, there are the subtexts and like subparts of like being a benevolent leader and exercising self-discipline and all of that stuff, but there's a lot of those parts that get overlooked for the people who want to operate with bad faith within a system, right? The same way we talk about child support and how some women abuse that to penalize the men that they want to get back in a relationship with, patriarchy still is a tool where the men who want to be vindictive towards women are able to. So it does exist a space where men can abuse their powers. However, that's not the actual design of patriarchy, right? So I think we need to acknowledge both, because then we get to have a conversation of it's not inherently a bad thing, but this is why some women are opposed to it.
I'm gonna send y'all somebody sent me this feminine talk, but oh damn, let me do the super chats. My bad.
Wolf is like the sponsor of the show tonight. $4.99. I request a poll respectfully. I don't have those powers, so I apologize.
Yeah, I don't have the power to make them. I would make them. Yeah, I can't make a poll.
I can't. Not on the settings.
No, it's like one of the one things I can't do. Yeah, I don't even know how.
Mr. Wolf, respectfully, can't make a poll.
Sorry.
I mean, we could ask them to drop a 1 in the chat if they don't.
Yeah, we can do that.
If you feel appreciated, drop a 1. If you don't feel
that's a good idea.
No, so he asked the women, do the women think that the men are appreciated? So if the women think that the men are appreciated, drop a 1. If
Are there any women left in the chat?
I think women listen, they might not be active in the chat. No, Isaiah, I did not say that at all. What I said was that men who operate in toxic masculinity take advantage of patriarchy. I didn't say anything about masculinity in and of itself being toxic. I actually genuinely appreciate men who operate in masculinity. TS $5.
Oh, my bad.
Women can't appreciate one birthday on that day. Now women want a whole damn week and a month too.
That is a fact.
Yes,
birthday month. I see this every day.
I don't think that's most women though.
Oh, she's bouncing.
It's Shan, but Shan don't represent most women because
I am an exception.
Because me and my sister was just talking about that, how like it's just getting to the extreme. It goes from a birthday to a birthday, a week, this my birthday weekend to the full week, and now it's my birthday month. So
the entire month of May.
That laugh don't make it any cuter.
Go ahead, Enos.
No, I was just saying that it's too much for me. Just the one day and we're good.
Yeah.
Well, $4.99. The topic is the men feeling appreciated for their contributions. We did talk. That's why we asked.
He's saying that we're not directly answering it, I guess. So is he asking? I guess the question is for clarification. Is he asking the men to specify whether or not they feel, or is
because he's asking in the chat?
Okay.
So if you feel appreciated, put a 1 in the chat.
If you're a man.
And if you do not feel appreciated, put a 2.
So Shy 87, $2. Shan, are you ready for football season? Who's your team, Shan?
I'll have to go with the Falcons because that's where I reside.
She don't know. Name me 3 people to play for the Falcons right now.
I'm sure there is.
Bullshit.
There's gotta be a Williams on the score. There's got to be a Williams.
Hey, it's a black.
There's
It's a
got
black
to be a
team.
Jackson.
You're absolutely right. Hey, that's a good strategy. That's a good strategy. That is a good freaking strategy.
But I did, I was rooting for the Eagles because of Jalen last year, so I'll say.
What, do you have a thing for Jalen or?
Well, he went to Alabama, from Alabama. So
Oh, that's right.
he's kind of big in Alabama, even though
I thought it's because he's the biggest sports simp of all time. That's why most women like him. But anyway,
it's sad that a lot of men put 2s.
It is.
But nobody will validate how men feel because it's how we feel. So nobody cares.
I guess it's because y'all look for validation from each other. So I don't get it.
Oh, yeah, and then she just
for
goes.
validation for each other.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn around before you put the knife in my back. Put it while I'm turning around.
Failing each other. Y'all are failing yourselves.
Jesus. Maybe if you stop mimping and start simping, you feel some validation.
Yo, Marcus, you see why I be wanting to kick tall niggas' kneecaps off? You see this shit?
You're tall yourself. Cut it out.
Yo.
No, don't do that. You are not 5'7". Like, we're not. Listen, you are 6 foot tall. You are part of that club. I'm so sorry to tell you.
Hey, no, he's not part of Marcus
I
Club.
went to an event tonight and felt like a giant. I was like, what the?
No, you got to be in a special club to be part of Marcus Club.
In all honesty, it's not like I come across a lot of short men, black men especially, maybe white men, yes. But I don't come across a lot of short black men.
I think you just don't notice them, Shan. They exist.
I was gonna say I just met up.
Isn't the average height for men like 5'10"?
5'9"?
I don't think that's short.
5'9"? Right, and that's my point. As long as you're taller, well, I mean, maybe someone want an extra tall woman, and so I'll take that back. But
it's also by
as
ethnic
long
group.
as you're taller than a woman when she has heels on, I think she's okay. So if you're not above 6 feet, you're 5'10", but she's 5'3". When she put heels on, you're still taller than her. She's gonna be okay.
She better wear flats.
I'm short, so that doesn't matter.
I do 5'10" all day.
I'm gonna say this, right? I think the conversation around the 6 feet goes with the high value man thing, right? The 6'6", you gotta be 6. Y'all know the stats, but anyways, I think that's where that comes from, right? But all I'm saying is Trigger Mike doesn't get to slander other men who are 6 feet plus because you were in that club too. Yes, there are levels to it. I acknowledge that, but you were still in the club, whereas there are men still trying to get in. So I just want to say,
I'm never.
You act like they can just pay higher admission.
They can.
They have surgeries now. What do you mean? The same way women are getting BBLs.
The surgery can only take you up the maximum of
okay, I
4
want y'all
inches.
to go look at the process. That is idiotic for a man to do that. A BBL is far less invasive than a leg lengthening surgery. Oh my goodness.
Dude, I seen his interview. He said that the women that he's getting are of a vast better quality now that he has. That
I saw that dude with the dread.
His lifestyle, and he says,
yeah, I read that.
Yeah,
could that have something to do? But could that have something more to do with his confidence, though?
Yep, that's what I think it is.
I'm gonna pull a shit because
it's not just his confidence.
No,
it's just the fact that visually women will respect you because you're bigger.
It is not just his confidence. So I just went to a new chapter event because I left the Houston chapter of a grad chapter of Alpha because they're way too far in the city. So and I joined the Katy chapter, grad chapter of Alpha. All these dudes are short. I have no reason. I don't know how I'm the tallest person in the chapter. Usually there's
Were you an
6'5".
alpha?
Yes. So I went to that event and you could easily there was AKAs there, Zetas or whatever, whoop de whoop. All of a sudden, all the attention turns to me because I just walk up and I'm the tallest dude there, and you can immediately see that's just the way women do when it comes to choosing, right? It's almost like natural, right? So now I'm watching people look like, but I'm like, damn, why are these dudes so short? I'm not used to being the tallest person. Because this is Houston. I could be tall around a bunch of Mexicans. That's no problem. But it's a bunch of black dudes. So I think when it's just it's one of the ways women just pre-select, that pre-selection thing, like, ooh, who is he? Whoop-de-whoop.
So you out here getting pre-selected in a happy marriage. All right, I'm just gonna leave it there.
I didn't say nothing you're trying to imply, Marcus.
No.
Oh, I'm gonna punch this dude in the throat when I say it. On everything
Yeah. Anytime I see a brother shorter than me, I get instantly sad. I'd be like, I'm 5'6", and when I see brothers shorter than me, I'd be like, bro, that's tough.
Damn, homie.
Facts.
Sorry, bro.
Listen, I mean, it is what it is. Some people short. Some people
I do
not
know.
as short.
You know what though? I wish. I don't know. Because Marcus, shut up. Don't say anything about these problems that these men got. You can't even make it better. So don't even speak.
You
This
can't
dude's
either.
a whole
Don't even speak,
Well-
Marcus. Don't even speak.
No, I'm
you-
speaking. I'm saying you can't
Oh,
either.
No. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Under 6'3" gang can speak. I'm just gonna create parameters. But what I'm saying is, I noticed that
Harrison, you co-signing this?
a lot of
Co-signing
young
what?
men struggle
just
with
said.
confidence. And
I don't struggle with confidence.
I'm saying, yeah, exactly. A lot of them that are shorter, like you said, they struggle with the confidence because I've noticed the ones that have the confidence can pull pretty much any woman they want to.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I just said.
Okay.
Internal, external.
But it's not just the confidence. Like what women are asking for. Listen, you don't think that men listen to women? A lot of things men do is for women. So if
Agreed.
women keep telling you what their standards are, and they keep telling you what you want, and they don't
sound
look
like
at you the
validation?
same way that they look at the other people, you're going
No.
to realize,
Standard.
okay,
Yo.
Stop listening to them.
So
we're
I'm
not
gonna
I
listening
agree,
to
Marcus.
you can't not listen to them because even when you want to help them, you have to
You're
listen to
annoying,
them.
mistaken. I
You can't
stand
not
it.
listen to women. You can't.
Look,
So
they
She-
I'm
that
she
shit
being
is
petty tonight.
aspirational, bro. They be saying some aspirational shit. They not all about.
That's cool, but
Okay,
guess what?
all right,
If
but
you're
Marcus,
just saying aspirational stuff, you have to listen to it.
Hold on, Harrison. Hearing ill nigga, you too short. I don't date short men. You don't think that's gonna stab at a man's confidence?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm like,
But you know what you do?
Oh,
You
but
use
now,
it.
you just want to
all niggas always dismissed it. You see what I'm saying?
wait. Okay, hang on. This is where I'm
All
gonna.
you do is it's like you
This is-
petting a nigga head. Like, look here, little buddy. This is all you got to do.
So here's where I'm gonna step in, right? Because one, as somebody who
Oh,
notoriously dates tall people,
Still a milk.
not all tall men have confidence.
Mhm.
Two, do you think it doesn't hurt a woman's ego when you tell her she needs to hit the gym? And you know what that woman does? She's either gonna take it or she's gonna leave it, right? At some point, men just need to either take it or leave it. That woman is not for you because there are women who will date short men. There are women who will date medium ugly men. There are women who will date average earners, right? You got to take it or leave it, right? If your confidence is based on the person who doesn't want you, you'll always have terrible confidence.
Facts.
Always.
Mhm.
Listen, I always teach. Listen, work with the person who will work with you. Because how can two walk together unless they agree? Great. But also, if you see, like they said, if you keep hearing the same thing over and over again, it's gonna pick with you a little bit. But I agree. If you're not around people that's willing to work with you, go find some people that's willing to work with you.
Mhm.
I just want to say we did a video on Cheeky Stream about relationships a while ago, And I found this video in Africa, and it was a dude that literally was 3'5". He had like one of the thickest women I've ever seen in my life. It looked like her butt cheeks could swallow him whole. Like it's people.
For research purposes only, please send me this video that you're talking about.
Put it in the back chat.
I'm not saying that, Harrison, I'm not saying that you don't have a legit quirk, because you do. I'm not negating that at all. I'm just saying that as
Thank
men,
you for validating my feelings there, Marcus. I appreciate it.
You are welcome. I'm going to trigger Mimp for a second. Look, all your quirks is for real, and I respect them. I don't understand them, but I empathize with them. But I will say, as men in general, we have to know no one is coming to save us, so we have to fix it ourselves. By hook or crook, we got to get what we want out of this life.
You know what?
I
agree. I appreciate you prefacing your statement.
Who said I agree? What soft ass voice was that? What soft voice was that?
We gotta get through the rest of these super chats.
Yeah,
we gotta stop talking about this stuff. No, this is a YouTube rule. I'm coming out with a Patreon or something on New Year's Eve, and it's gonna be called the Multi-Purpose Man, and the little part I'm gonna do is called the 10-Man Commandments. And one of them commandments are gonna be stop talking about male self-improvement around women. We only talk about that shit around other men, because somebody gonna throw in there like mistaken. Yeah, they're just gonna do something stupid like that, and it literally, because y'all need
with what Marcus was saying.
Nope. Stop
He
talking
said
about.
Basically, he said you have the power. Use it.
No.
Well, they also say, silence is golden.
I'm not going to say women don't care about height. There are women that do care about height. But I think a man with confidence, the height doesn't matter if he's coming correct. I'm telling y'all, from a woman, if you build your confidence, if all your confidence is from your height, I think it's false confidence, right?
Quit watching TV then.
But if you have that confidence, it doesn't matter how tall you are. You're going to attract women, because women like a confident man. They just do. I've seen ugly dudes, but they have this about them, like this swag, where they, and you be like, yeah, he is ugly, but you know what? It's something about him that's he could get it. Like that's the way women talk.
I don't understand why we talk about these things like they're extremely easy to acquire. So let me tell you how.
I'm not saying that, but that's what Marcus was saying. Stuff is easy, but you got to do it.
Let me give you a quick. Let me give you a quick story on how I rose up. So naturally, I was an African ashy ass young kid in America. African booty scratcher, all this type of stuff. My parents did not believe in buying me nice sneakers, none of that type of shit. So I got joked all through elementary, middle school. Kind of became cool in high school. And then when I was able to buy that stuff for myself, I became cooler. In college, I decided this is a brand new start. And I get the money. I have the money to dress the way I want to because I work. And I get to create a persona. What the yo?
It ain't no excuse for y'all niggas.
What are you watching?
That's his wife.
No, I want y'all. So this is what I'm saying though, Mark.
And he got kids.
No, this is what I'm saying though, Mark. Are you watching E.T.? What is this?
That's a dude that just got married to a thick woman.
All right, but I also want you to understand. Look at his environment
over there in Africa.
Look at his environment, man.
These are
false equivalencies. Y'all are making false equivalencies, man.
Wait, you said look at his environment. That's exactly what Marcus is saying. Look at your environment.
No, I'm saying look at his environment.
That dude looked like the horses at the end of
y'all. I got some good videos over here.
He got multiple wives, y'all. He has, I think, 3 wives.
That is not.
Is that one of them?
No, this is another dude. These are the like.
All right, y'all. I would love to chat with y'all.
If it's in America, they want his disability check, man. Come on, Marcus. You know better than this.
You guys, it's almost 2
All right, let me get the rest of these
Super chat.
All right,
Oh,
go ahead. I guess I'm gonna have to read.
We got a lot, bro.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll read. Wolf. Expecting the things AP stated is called oppression nowadays, King. LOL. You're literally describing a trauma response. TS.
wait.
I don't remember what that was about. I'm sorry. That
That,
was
about the sweeping and the cleaning the house and cooking.
That's a trauma response. I don't
Gotta
know.
ask
That's
him.
what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow.
Yeah.
TS, $5. I'm gonna have my broom.
Oh, I'm gonna give you my little maid outfit.
Have you mopped
Every
today?
time I clean, I'll put my little maid outfit on.
And you gotta cook with the what's the
my little black and white maid outfit.
what is that?
The apron.
The apron. Yeah, but you can't wear nothing under it. You just wear the apron. See? Mm-hmm.
I like the little outfit.
Be cooking. All right. TS, $5. Men are validated by our results, basically what we can produce, not by women. Compliment might be a better word.
Thank you.
Semantics.
There's yeah, exactly. If it makes y'all feel better, we'll say compliment.
It's not.
Okay, we'll validate the fact that y'all don't like
what y'all are doing is essentially actually you are rubbing on our stuff, because that was actually the best way to put it. We are validated. It's not even just about other men validating us. It is like a self-validation, because what a woman will tend to do, right, is if you're down about a problem and that problem needs a fix, and your woman comes to you and says, you can do it and you can do it, and she rubs your belly and you've always, I don't feel better until the problem is fixed. You see what I'm saying? So it only, the solution only comes, the validation only comes from the result. God,
and she got a black woman. That's what I'm talking about.
This ain't even the one I'm looking for, but I can't find him yet.
Go ahead, finish your thought, Mike, so I can go to bed.
I can't think now. Titties make me go stupid.
So I want to interject real quick. So Trigger Mike, here's the thing, right? I hear what you're saying, but I think it might be like the wording.
Okay, Marcus.
Mark.
So if a woman says to you, hey, listen, I know you're going through this issue right now, but I think like you're the perfect person to figure this out. Does that not put a batter in your back to like, work a little harder to figure it out, or like at least make you feel like she trusts you to figure it out? Like, I think we take validation to such an extreme that I see Harrison shaking his head, because here's the thing. If that's not true, then when a woman does not show confidence in your ability to do that, why is that so like invalidating?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It's not. Oh, this is such a good conversation, because you're right. You're right. When a woman doesn't show confidence in something that you do, it's not necessarily about. It's almost as if
Marcus.
It's more about the condescension.
Marcus is making it hard to concentrate.
I said she could swallow his. She could swallow his whole body in her butt cheeks.
He got to smash her with his head.
He the right height.
Yeah,
right height.
6. Well, one of the 6s.
He got to put his foot in there. She ain't feeling nothing.
You telling me that
come on? I gotta go to bed. Let's go.
All right.
She could have a fetish, man.
How can you the woman with a fetish then if you him? That's all I'm saying. This man clearly is taking his destiny in his own hands.
She will break his hips. She will break his pelvis if she try to ride that dude. No, that is child abuse.
That literally is.
That's grown man abuse, because he's an adult.
Baby, stop rocking. Stop rocking. Oh.
Somebody say he's a whole dildo.
Hey, he broke up with her and he got another one that's even badder.
Oh Lord.
Let me find his other one. This dude is out here. That's what I'm saying.
Man, he got money or something.
He probably do got money, but you gotta pick what KS used to tell us all the time?
What? You gotta have at least one of the 6s?
No, you gotta pick a struggle.
Oh. Yeah. All right, go ahead and finish reading the super chats, Enos.
All right. Well, $4.99. How do you envision a world absent of patriarchy? It's a simple question. I said I can't because I appreciate it, and Mistaken said chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Well, $4.99.
Among the men, though, that's the thing. That's why I said patriarchy is really protecting us from bad behavior of other men. So if it wasn't, if y'all knew how to, I guess, manage yourselves, there wouldn't be a need. No. Honestly, if men knew how to manage themselves, would there still be a need for patriarchy?
Yes,
because women need protection from themselves as well. Right. So the men can do their own thing over in a corner. I think there would still be chaos in women doing their thing in their own
corner. Girl at the
what, between each other, you mean?
Between each other, amongst other men, without men like having a level of stoicism and a level of leadership, I think women would kind of run amok a little bit. And I think this attempt at dismantling patriarchy has shown that that's like just going to be intensified if it just disappears altogether.
That is the agenda.
Give in to their worst impulses.
Yeah, the more women have freedom, the more they will tear society apart. Men represent order and discipline. That's what the patriarchy represents. You have to shame the patriarchy the way that they're doing now. You have to shame it to get it removed in order for you to have freedom. God damn.
Guys.
So, Wolf, $4.99. Since when is validation and appreciation synonymous? It's not, but appreciation is a part of validation. It's one aspect of it. Underground Zone, $2. Shan, I'm 5'3". Just look down, you'll see us.
Is that why your name is Underground Zone? Never mind.
Maybe. Well, $4.99. If a woman's confidence is rooted in her beauty, it's false confidence. No, because that's what men validate.
Ooh, quick response. All right, that's it.
Great response.
Thank you guys for all of the daddies who came through with the super chats. Thank you, poppies. Thanks for everybody. Shut up, Mike. I can't thank the people who sponsored the show tonight. Look at this.
Y'all done got Marcus caught up in a loop. He's in the rabbit hole right now, y'all.
Thank you guys for being here with us tonight. It's 2:30 almost, which is, is something special for me. But good night, everybody. We'll see you next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Chic.
Good night.
Night.
Bye.